Good afternoon, everybody. I believe we are live. Paige just did something. I'm not sure what's going on. Okay, I'm pretty sure now that we are live, so let me be the first one to welcome you to our 2014 Draft Night coverage presented by Buffalo Bottlecraft. As you may know by now, tonight we'll be giving away 4 puck openers from Buffalo Bottlecraft. Or follow them on Facebook, facebook.com/Buffalo Bottlecraft. Now, before we get too far into this podcast, let me introduce my co-host, right to the right of me. How are you doing tonight, buddy?
Oh, I'm doing great. How about yourself, Ryan?
At this point in time, I'm freaking out, but so far so good.
That's all right. We're gonna have fun tonight.
But right now, as you may see on the website, we are getting things set up and ready for the draft. That will start in just a few minutes. Looks as if the Florida Panthers are going to keep their first overall pick, but as we all know with the NHL draft, anything can change at the drop of a dime. Now, they've been saying it's about 80% that Florida will keep the first overall pick, but if they don't, it'll certainly shake things up.
Yeah, I mean, Florida's got a lot of options. There's been rumors for several hours now that have been stating that teams like the Philadelphia Flyers, Vancouver Canucks, even the Toronto Maple Leafs, but nowadays, what rumor does involve the Toronto Maple Leafs?
You know, everybody wants in on the first overall pick, and why not? I mean, you've got Aaron Ekblad, you've got Leon Draisaitl, you've got Sam Reinhart, and Sam Bennett. I mean, you get to the point where you take a shot and you try to figure out what you can get and how much it's going to cost. And I'll tell you what, there's been some moments throughout this afternoon already that have scared the crap out of me for just being straight up with you. I'm out at the store and I open up my phone and it says, oh, the Canucks are close to acquiring the first overall pick. Now, if you have not paid attention this afternoon, Vancouver likes Sam Reinhart a lot. You know, when I say a lot, I mean a lot. I don't mean like, oh, hey, you're my high school girlfriend, I like you a lot. It's like, hey, I really love you a lot. That's how the Canucks feel about Sam Reinhart. So, if the Canucks were to get the first overall pick, they certainly would throw a wrench into things. So, right now, we're just trying to enjoy our beverages that we have with us, trying to enjoy the first few minutes of the draft, and wait for things to crack to hit the fan.
Right, yeah, and with the way that things have been going earlier, I mean, we can recap a couple of trades if we may.
Well, before, just real quick, just before that, sorry, I do apologize if I'm kind of seemingly off here. I'm trying to get the little look behind the curtain right now. I'm actually trying to post our live podcast video to the front page of Sabres Hockey Central. We should put it live. Okay. Very professional. We're telling you how we're doing things while we're on the air. How smart we know what we're doing, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Just to give you guys a rundown of what's going to happen tonight, obviously we're going to talk a lot about the Buffalo Sabres. It is a Sabres podcast, so obviously we're talking about the Sabres. We can talk about the rest of the NHL, some picks. We're going to talk a lot about what the 2014-2015 Buffalo Sabres will look like. We are certainly going to delve into that. If any trade, we'll talk about that. I mean, anything you want to talk about tonight, we're going to talk about it. It's just like every other podcast we've ever done. We'll talk about whatever we want to talk about. Certainly, we appreciate you listening, first off. If you want to follow Brayden on Twitter, it's BJ Wilson SHC. I'm Wolf, WOLFE SHC on the tweets. SabresHockeyCentral.com is the website, /Sabres Hockey Central on Facebook. Besides that, I think I would give the floor to you, Brayden, so you can discuss some of these some deals that have happened already.
Right. All right, so let's get started with the big trade that happened today involving Ryan Kessler. It's been rumored for, I don't know, months now. Ryan Kessler has been on the trade block, and finally today, Jim Benning, the general manager of the Vancouver Canucks, was able to swing a deal with the Anaheim Ducks. Ryan Kessler, a third-round pick in 2015, go to Anaheim, and in return, Jim Benning and the Canucks get the 24th overall pick in this year's draft. They get forward Nick Bonino, who had a very impressive playoffs and a career year this year with the Ducks. Defenseman Lucas Sfiza, who's been somewhat of an injury bug lately, and if I'm correct, he's also a restricted free agent right now. And also they get a third-round pick this year. Don't remember exactly what number pick that is, but yeah, third-round pick, and Sfiza is not restricted free agent, so I think he's got 2 left on his deal. The next pick, Vancouver was very busy today. The next trade that they had was for Jason Garrison. Jason Garrison goes to the Tampa Bay Lightning, who the Canucks were originally reporting, or it was originally rumored, I should say, that they were trying to ship Garrison in a blockbuster deal to Florida to acquire the first-round pick. Well, that fell through, so instead they shipped Garrison to the Tampa Bay Lightning. They also send the rights to forward Jeff Costello and a 7th-round pick in 2015 for the 50th overall pick in this year's draft, which is in the 2nd round. And then Vancouver, again, not done. This time they go out and acquire a player. They acquire Derek Dorsett from the New York Rangers for a 3rd overall pick in this year's draft. So yeah, Vancouver Vancouver very busy early on, and we haven't even started the draft yet. So Vancouver might not be done. They might still be interested in picking up some more, draft picks or players. The big rumor. I mean, do you want me to say this right now, Ryan? The big rumor that we're hearing.
You are more than welcome to drop the bomb.
All right. So the big rumor right now, Vancouver is not done. They are reportedly offering the 24th overall pick that they just acquired from Anaheim earlier today to the Buffalo Sabres for defenseman Tyler Myers. Now, this is the Tyler Myers trade rumors didn't start coming up until really yesterday when Darren Dreger at TSN reported that there was interest from the Detroit Red Wings, and
just to throw a little nugget in there, the original statement was Darren Dreger had reported that the Red Wings might be interested if Keith Yandel is put on the market,
right?
But they're more interested in a right-handed defenseman, which would be Tyler Myers.
Right. Exactly, and right-handed defensemen nowadays are such a need throughout the NHL because there's not many of them out there, and I don't know what it is, but what that makes it so special about it. But I think it's just how you place the defenseman out there that makes him so valuable. And Tyler Myers, being a right-handed defenseman, last year the Sabres tried acquiring right-handed defenders because they needed that need. Now every team is doing that.
And here's something that we obviously overlooked. I mean, first off, I want to say apologize about the sound. We're in an empty room at this point. I was expecting it not to be empty, but sometimes things don't work out that way. Right. Anyways, I got some feedback and some people have said, hey, it's kind of echoey. I do what I can. We're here, we're live. We'll make this work. The 3rd round pick that the Ducks gave Vancouver shipped to New York to pick up Derek Dorsett. So, take that what you will. I mean, Derek Dorsett is Derek Dorsett, but they traded a 3rd round pick for Derek Dorsett. I mean, at this point in time, we're both expecting a busy night, and if it's not busy, we're both going to be very disappointed because there's been a lot of hype, and we've bought into the hype, and we really hope that it really pans out because at this point in time, I mean, we're thinking about it. We're probably going to be here till around midnight tonight.
Probably
7 o'clock. We really hope that this thing pans out, and we have some fun stuff happen. Hey, even if the fun stuff doesn't happen, thanks to the power of Twitter, we've got a few friends join the podcast tonight. So we will certainly We will certainly have some guests on, talk some Buffalo Sabres, to ask us some questions. As I said before, if there's anything you want to know or you want to ask, feel free to ask on the Facebook page. You can tweet at us. I'm WolfSHC on Twitter. Brayton is Brayton.
BJ Wilson.
BJ Wilson SHC. Yes, I know. BJ Wilson SHC on Twitter.
I make it a little confusing because I got 2 separate accounts. So, yeah. Sorry, Ryan.
Apparently he's fancy. We're not fancy. Anyway,
sorry.
You're fun. There was something I was going to say, but I have forgotten it. So, right now, if you have your television on NBC Sports Network, they are interviewing the prospects. Twitter is running rampant with the tweets regarding draft. I had a lot of fun already. I mean, it's only been 15 minutes. So.
Yeah, it's going to be 4 more hours to go.
Oh yeah, I mean, if at any point in time we go quiet for a few minutes, don't worry. Well, I won't be for a few minutes, but for a few seconds, don't worry.
We're just taking a drink of water or something more tastier.
Either that or our brains have just exploded and we will be back. But I'm just trying to get this. You know what? Another quick look inside. I should have prepared a little better because our food got here a little late. Then all of a sudden, I'm enjoying a nice delicious pizza, and next thing I know, oh hey, it's 6:55. Anyway, getting back to the draft. As you know, Florida Panthers are on the clock for the first overall draft pick. We can also say for the second overall draft pick, and right now we just go wait. What will happen? And,
yeah.
I'm not really sure. I know we're in trouble. We're already running out of things to talk about. It's only 15 minutes.
I'll throw this out there. This was another Darren Traeger tweet from TSN. He said that Buffalo Sabres general manager Tim Murray and Calgary Flames general manager Brad Treliving are talking about a possible trade that would have the Buffalo Sabres moving down to number 4 if the Florida Panthers trade that first overall pick. So there's been nothing rumored right now to say that the Panthers are going to trade the pick. But it seems like Tim Murray's ready that if the Florida Panthers trade out of that pick, and depending on whoever trades in the number 1 spot picks, Tim Murray's ready to trade out of the second position. He's ready to move down to at least number 4 with Calgary, and yeah, Calgary will move up to number 2. I don't know who they would target there. Maybe Aaron Ekblad's not taking the number 1. Maybe Aaron Ekblad's going to be taken at number 2. I mean, who knows? At this point, we don't know what's going on.
That's the fun thing to think about at this point in time, because if Ekblad goes 1, you've got your myriad of prospects you can pick at 2. But say Vancouver trades up, then the Sabres could hold Ekblad over Edmonton's face and say, hey, you guys want Aaron Ekblad, you guys need a defenseman. So maybe, if you want to, we can trade. We'll trade Ekblad to you, but you got to give us something.
Right.
Or the Sabres could draft Ekblad, or the Sabres could draft Draisaitl, or the Sabres could draft Reinhart. I mean, nothing against Sam Bennett, but I believe at this point in time that Sam Bennett will most likely end up in Calgary.
Right.
That's just my educated guess, because when the Buffalo Sabres general manager says, you know, we got our guy, we know our guy, everyone's on the same page about our guy, I don't see Sam Bennett as one of those guys you look at and go, yeah, we all think he's going to be the guy who can change the franchise. You look at a guy like Leon Draisaitl, who's been referred to by some as the German Gretzky, or Sam Reinhart, who was said to be the smartest player in the draft. Guys like that will turn your franchise around.
Right.
Sam Bennett will go out and he'll fill the Ted Nolan grit machine, and he'll hit and he'll block shots and he'll do everything you want him to do. But what's the upside? I mean, he might be the greatest player out of this draft, but at this point in time, you've got to go with what seems right. To me, at least, it seems right to pick Reinhart or Draisaitl.
Yeah, I mean,
or Aaron Ekblad.
Yeah, exactly. And if Ekblad's available at 2, I think the Sabres should take serious consideration at that. Sam Bennett, if he's available at number 4, and the Sabres actually do trade down to number 4, and Draisaitl's gone, Ekblad's gone, Reinhart's gone. If it's Bennett, Del Cole, Ehlers, even a guy like Jake Virtanen or Nick Ritchie. I mean, the Sabres should seriously consider just looking at not necessarily what they need, but I mean what they would like to have in the future. Because you could draft what you need and then fill it. But I don't think Tim Murray is necessarily going for what they need. He's going for best player. So
yeah, I think at this point they're going to go best player available. But the thing is that I mean, here's the thing. You want Sam, like for instance, I tell you before the podcast, I would love to see Sam Reinhart in the Buffalo Sabres uniform.
Right.
But if Vancouver hands out and pays the price for the first overall pick, and you end up with Aaron Ekblad, that's like saying, hey, I went to the car dealership and couldn't get a Porsche, so I got a Ferrari. It's like, oh man, that sucks so bad.
Yeah.
It's horrible. I mean, yeah, if you get if you pick up Ekblad, it's going to give you a lot more depth, and you can trade someone on the defensive side of things. But when it comes down to it, the stats don't lie, man. I mean, the Buffalo Sabres are statistically the worst offensive team in the history of hockey. I can't make that up, folks. They suck. They're bad. They're going to be bad. They've got to find a way to get goals. And it just so happens there's this guy from Kootenay who can score a lot of goals.
Right. Right.
And until Sam Reinhart's off the board, I'm going to beat that horse to death because this is the guy I've wanted in Buffalo for so long. And
Commissioner Bettman right now is.
Oh man, I wish we had the sound up because this is my favorite part of the season. When Bettman gets his yearly welcome.
Yeah, it's the beginning of a new season.
Oh, apparently they booed him, and his quote was, "Isn't this supposed to be the city of brotherly love?" Well, let me just be honest. I told you I was going to try to cut down on the cursing. But when you are a complete goddamn asshole, Gary Bettman, people will boo you because you are a piece of crap.
Right.
But once Gary Bettman is done talking, the Florida Panthers will be on the clock.
Now I'm gonna make an argument. You obviously want Sam Reinhart, right? Right.
Yes.
Okay. In my mock draft, if you went to the website and took a look at my mock draft, I had the Sabres picking Leon Draisaitl. Leon Draisaitl.
You can't draft him because he wears Palmaville's number. You can't get Palmaville's number with him.
Yeah,
You're gonna start a holy war in Buffalo.
Right. Unless they take 92, unless they say like, oh, Palmaville's getting retired or something like that.
Well, no, it's I mean, if Draisaitl, here's the thing. If you draft Reinhardt, he's gonna wear 23. And I'm pissed. I'm pissed because I think they picked it up. They picked it up because I was gonna go buy the Leno jersey, and I called everybody. They're like, "Hey, we're not gonna lower the price of the Leno jersey."
Right.
I'm like, "Don't do this to me. I can buy a jersey for half price, and now you're telling me I can't." Excuse me. But anyways,
with Draisaitl though, 6'2", 205 pounds. But he doesn't play like a 6'2" player. He plays more like a 6'4" player. He attacks the puck very well. Big size. He's got gifted hands in front of the net. They're just great hands. He can elevate a puck in close. But another thing about Draisaitl that is intriguing, and this is the stat, that out of all the players that were on the Prince Albert team for the Western Hockey League, Leon Draisaitl accounted for 91% of the points on that team. So you account all the goals and all the assists that they compiled in the entire year. Leon Draisaitl, if I have this right, was 91% of the points that were produced, which is just phenomenal. Sam?
they booed Bettman the entire time he's on stage. All right, the Florida Panthers are on the clock, guys. So
they are on the clock. So
welcome finally to the draft podcast.
Yeah.
We are here now.
Right.
After all the talking we've done, we're ready. But
We are.
as you are beside the thing.
Yes. And Sam Reinhart's percentage is like 90%. So there's a 1% difference, but still, I mean, it's almost actually 2% if I'm correct, because Sam Reinhart was like 90.1 or 2 or something like that. Leon Draisaitl's like 91.5, 6 something. So,
This is the cool part about being a terrible hockey team is that like I said, it's the you couldn't get a Porsche, you got a Ferrari type of deal.
right.
So, oh wow, Florida's pick is in.
Wow.
I don't, I have. This is the one thing I did not I didn't prepare for. But
They already know who they're picking.
well, here's the thing. I didn't really prepare on how we're going to announce the picks. But we've got some time to figure it out.
Yeah. I mean, I wish we could just kind of have a feed to the television.
I wish too. I was thinking about that. I'm like, we're fancy. We've got a board. We've got a laptop, three laptops,
They are
a monitor, a TV.
Dale Talon is up, and they are starting to walk to the stage.
How does this?
Ladies and gentlemen,
Does that sound good?
Ladies and gentlemen,
with the first overall pick,
with the first overall pick in the 2014.
Are we playing the mirror? Are you playing the mirror game?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Okay.
You can start it, and I'll just echo you. It's like those translators when you're saying something, I can just say it in like Spanish or French or something.
I wish Tim Murray walked up with the second pick and he just throws the birds out.
He'll probably just go up there.
We have word coming across from Nick Kostanica that the Panthers will take Aaron Ekblad with the first overall pick in the 2014 NHL Entry-Level Draft. Wait for the official word, but this is good news.
Yeah.
We are getting a door put back on our room as we talk. I think we're too loud. Don't tell me to turn it down.
How about this, Ryan? We do every other pick, so when they
I want the Sabres pick.
You want
You
to?
want the
I'll do the first pick.
Okay, fine.
All right, I'll do.
I already gave it away, but ladies and gentlemen, here's Greg with the first pick.
With the first pick in the 2014 NHL Draft. Oh, they're taking forever. They're saying thank you to the city of Florida, or the Philadelphia. Blah, blah, blah.
Thanks to the fans who don't care about hockey.
All right.
Who did the Quebec Nordiques pick?
On right now on TSN they had Reinhard Bennett and Ekblad up on the television movies.
Are we really that loud?
Elsewhere.
No, we want Dexter.
Okay. Okay. Maybe I should. Okay, well,
With the first pick in the 2014 NHL Draft.
why are you waiting?
What is
Stop it!
What is he waiting for? Aaron Ekblad.
Not a surprise.
No, absolutely not.
The Florida Panthers get the best player available, if you will. Aaron Ekblad will certainly show up their D line, or their blue line, what is D line? Their blue line. Now the question is, do the Buffalo Sabres draft Leon Draisaitl? Do they draft Sam Bennett or do they draft Sam Reinhart?
A lot of people are saying Reinhart. I mean, I'll be happy with Reinhart or Draisaitl. Even if they draft Bennett, I actually had a dream probably Tuesday night that going personal here, I had a dream that I was at the table with Tim Murray, and we had a huge group of people, and we were all like giving our cases, and Tim Murray said, I really like Sam Bennett the best. I think that he's going to fit our team the best. And we were all just like, okay, whatever you want to do, that's fine. And then when the draft came up, we were just like, Bennett.
Joe Yearden of Pro Hockey Talk, a good friend of us on the podcast, he says that the fans in Buffalo have actually cheered the Ekblad pick as if it seems like
It's a relief.
the Buffalo Sabres fans certainly want Ekblad. And I'll tell you what, this kid's going to be one hell of a hockey player. Watch out, because the Florida Panthers are going to be very good here coming up in the future. And I just want to like for a second. Please expect this to happen over the next 5 hours because it probably
We can only talk so much.
Well, that's why, you know what, that's like I said, we've got some friends who are throughout the internet who work for different blogs who, thankfully, for our sake, offered to come on the podcast later.
Here's something.
Oh.
Kevin
Klubja.
Yeah, Kevin Klubja just tweeted out the Sabres are up next. Sam Bennett or Sam Reinhart. I'm assuming it will be Bennett.
I'm assuming he's wrong. If it's Sam,
I'm assuming he's wrong.
If it's Sam Bennett, I probably will stop this podcast. Just go home. I mean, like you said, you weigh the positives and the negatives. You weigh the positives and the negatives, and I certainly think that Bennett fits a certain type of hockey that the Buffalo Sabres want to play. But But looking at it, and when you think about it, I certainly think that Sam Reinhart is the guy that you're going to want long-term in Buffalo. You probably think the next 10, 15, 20 years.
Buffalo's got the pick in.
While Buffalo really has a decent, I guess, top line center if you will, Cody Hodgson, Sam Reinhart's better than Cody Hodgson.
Right.
Let's just be honest with you. Right now, there is some shifting in our room because I need to. I'm going to try to do this at the same time. I'm going to try to do a lot of work while I talk. So I'm probably going to say something stupid, and make an ass of myself.
That's fine.
Let's wait for it. Let's see what happens.
There's nothing yet about any rumors of what's
You don't speak a word, I'll smack you.
I will not. I promise. When it comes up to that time, I will let you have your glorious moment there, as we will our every other thing. So
You will fight.
I will probably lose. I may be taller, but I'm not as stocky. So
I'll just kick in the kneecap.
Went from 70% early in the week to 62.5.
I've not been this nervous about Buffalo Sabres in a long time, guys. Watch games, they don't get me excited because you know what's going to happen.
Elliot Freeman just said, "Gotta think Buffalo takes Reinhart."
They'll pick his head.
That's a pretty good voice right there. I'll tell you what, too. The thing I like about Sam Reinhart, I mentioned this in the draft preview. I don't know why I'm doing the team, but in the draft preview, I like the fact that he comes from a hockey family. His dad played in the league. His brother plays for the Flames. His other brother got drafted by the Islanders. I mean, you want a guy. You want a guy who's going to be pretty good at hockey. Sam Reinhart's a good guy. I hope. I'm sorry if that didn't make any sense. But like I said, at this point in time, I'm looking at Twitter, I'm looking at TV, and I'm talking. So really, everything you're getting is unfiltered. The Buffalo Sabres Twitter account has reminded us that this is the first time in franchise history the Sabres picked second overall.
Paul Hamilton just said they're heading up to the podium.
Oh, here we go.
They got Dale Talon talking on TSN right now for war with James Duffy.
The Buffalo Sabres now on the
There they go.
number 2, and they look pretty
Oh, man.
Can we see a name on the jersey yet? Can we see a name? No. Oh, there's a fan there that has a sign that says, "We want a Sam." Bob McKenzie just saying that they think that he thinks Buffalo Sabres are drafting Sam Reinhart.
Sam Reinhart, great hockey sense, and I think Kinbury was blown away by the way Reinhart played during the first round of the Calgary playoffs, well as the full season.
Good, guys.
Buffalo Sabres select Sam Reinhart.
With the second overall pick, the Buffalo Sabres select Sam Reinhart of Kootenay Ice. Your future number one center,
Tim Murray.
Sam Reinhart.
Tim Murray. I love it how he just walked up there.
Pulled no punches. He said, Sam Reinhart.
Yeah.
See ya.
Just got right to it. No BS whatsoever.
If you could, Brayton,
Yes.
please tell our excellent listeners a little bit about Sam Reinhart.
Well, arguably enough, Sam Reinhart is the smartest player in this draft. He's 6 foot, about 6'1". He's at 6'1.5". He's not the biggest guy, but he's the most skilled. He's one of the most skilled guys. He's definitely the smartest guy. His hockey IQ ranks 5 out of 5 according to TSN. His hands are excellent. His skating, it could use a little bit of work. But you know what? Sam Reinhart is, to me, probably better than Sam Bennett, and he should have been the top-rated prospect or the top-ranked, offensive prospect. But I like this pick. I'm not ashamed that I'm completely wrong with them not taking Leon Draisaitl, but you know what? I like Sam Reinhart. He's going to turn out to be an excellent addition to the Buffalo Sabres organization.
I'll tell you what, guys. I love this pick. I mean,
Who doesn't?
excuse me. But now, unfortunately, I will not be able to get my Billy Ladle jersey because
Oh, come on. You'll find it somewhere.
all those Billy Ladle jerseys that were Leno will now become Reinhart when he wears them. But you know what? Damn it! I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna go buy Sam Reinhart jersey.
Yeah, there
There's
you go.
Dennis Jurgensen jersey. You know what? I'm just gonna go buy all the jerseys. Move my bank account. Why not?
Yeah, get it.
This was though, guys. This was what we wanted. And I don't know about you, but this is, I know Brady and myself, we've talked enough about Sam Reinhart, about what he brings. This is fun. TSN says his projection is a 1-2 first or second line two-way center. His best asset is his hockey IQ, and his player comparable is Henrik Zetterberg.
Not bad.
I just want to cry because that's awesome. So this is awesome.
And without Pavel Datsyuk as their top center,
You know, I'll tell you what right now. Oh, hold on.
Griffin, for half
I
the
wish we had
game,
an ability to look at the TV, but we're going to be quiet here for a second.
The
Listen to
NHL
what Sam Reinhart has to say.
that went 12th, and you go second overall. You had already a terrific resume, amazing moments.
Also,
world champion, U18
Fourth period tweets at it. It appears Tim Murray also dropped the mic and made a hand gesture after making the selection. I'll tell you what, this is awesome. Remember, this is the guy who said that if the Buffalo Sabres, he said yesterday, if the Sabres selected him, he would be honored to be a part of the rebuild.
I'm very familiar with the organization. I know it's a young team. Picture myself in that lineup quite a few times. I've been very motivated over the last 15 years to get in there.
Now, the big question, I'm not sure if it'll happen, but I mean, we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves here. We've got to think about it.
Everybody assumed that Florida picked Aaron Ekblad.
That Sam Reinhart probably won't be in the Sabres. He'll probably be in the WHL next year. But
Watching him play, he rose.
it's good to see that
Not just the World Junior.
we kind of confirmed, obviously, with Tim Murray, what we just said, is that Sam Reinhart was one on the Sabres board. He was the guy they wanted. He was the guy everyone agreed upon.
Edmonton's pick is in, just not trying to kill anything.
Oh no, I'm getting love back. I've got a lot of work to do now, unfortunately.
We've looked at that. This was all that mattered today. Going forward, we're going to try to surround him with the best players we can. And if we know he's going to be.
So now the question is, do the Buffalo Sabres sit on their hands for the rest of the first round, or do they trade someone? Do they make a deal? I know we heard the rumors about Tyler Myers possibly being traded, and there's a couple other guys. We know that that Chris Stewart is likely on the trading block.
Right. Tyler Myers.
Yeah, Tyler Myers, I don't think he's on the block. I think it's just more of listening to, like Murray said, he'll listen to anything. He'll listen to whatever people say. If you want to call an offer or something, he'll listen, but not necessarily saying the guy's available, they're going to trade for him. They're going to trade him. We are 30 minutes into our Sabres Hockey Central 2014 Draft Night, presented by Buffalo Bottle Craft.
Boy, it's flying by fast already.
Oh man, you're telling me. At some point in time, we will. What's that?
You can hear yourself now?
Yeah.
There you go. Okay, we can hear each other talk now. That's
Yeah.
You're welcome.
This is why I must throw out a quick thanks to Tony, our producer.
We actually have a producer.
Yeah, I know. We're big time now. We got these nice microphones with these awesome boom bars and some equipment that I don't understand, all hooked up in a room that is really cold. It's awesome. Back to what I was saying. Top of the hour, 30 minutes. I should say. This Draft Night Live podcast is presented to you by Buffalo Bottlecraft, creators of the puck openers. As I said, we will be giving away 4 puck openers as the night goes on, so please keep an eye on that, and we will take care of that, and we'll get some of those out there.
Go ahead.
Follow Buffalo Bottlecraft on Twitter at the Puck Opener and on Facebook /Buffalo Bottlecraft. And as you may not have seen or may have seen, the Edmonton Oilers shockingly select another talented forward.
With the 3rd pick in the 2014 NHL draft, the Edmonton Oilers select Leon Draisaitl, center, left wing from the Prince Albert Raiders in Western Hockey.
Is it Draisaitl or is it Draisaitl or is it Draisaitl?
Draisaitl.
Draisaitl?
Yes.
Draisaitl?
Draisaitl.
Okay, I can take Just looking at it right now, I'm still trying to soak in the fact that this is all happening.
Yeah.
I'll be
Well,
completely honest.
I'll give you a little more time to soak it in, and I'll talk about Leon Draisaitl. Draisaitl, big guy, 6'2". He doesn't play like a 6'2" forward though. He plays more like a 6'4" forward. He weighs 290 pounds. He's just big. They call him the Deutschland Dangler because his skill is just phenomenal. He's got pretty good hockey IQ as well. He can skate very well. He's very powerful. He protects the puck excellent, and I think that if Sam Reinhart was not available, Leon Draisaitl would have been a heavy consideration for Tim Murray and Buffalo Sabres. If, of course, Reinhart wasn't there. But the Oilers get another great forward prospect in Draisaitl, and I don't know what Edmonton more needs to do to. I mean, their defense obviously needs to get better, but.
Yeah, I was going to say, at any point in time, the Edmonton Oilers, if the Edmonton Oilers defense ends up to start to develop and get better, that team, they could be a very hard team to play to beat. But as we've seen throughout time, the Edmonton Oilers defense is like runny baby poop. They're really bad.
I love that analogy.
I'm floating right now. Interesting. Jeff Merrick of Sportsnet points out Nick Ritchie to Calgary next or Sam Bennett at 4-2.
I've heard it.
I thought Ritchie was gonna. I think Ritchie was gonna end up in Toronto. I mean, I wasn't one of the mock draft.
Right. Yeah.
But that's everyone says when you go on the internet and you search.
Mock drafts.
When you search everything. Talk about Nick Ritchie. Everyone says this kid plays a Maple Leafs game.
Right. Yeah. But I mean, it's just starting. It just started to develop probably about 2 days ago, where more and more people were starting to talk about. The Flames aren't looking to get bad. They're looking to get tough. They're looking to get big. And Nick Ritchie's big. He brings that upside. A lot of teams would have. His brother Brett Ritchie was drafted 2-3 years ago by Dallas. He's still in their system, but I mean he's working his way up, and they both are almost similar, except Nick Ritchie is supposed to have a better offensive game than his brother Brett. However, if the Flames add Ritchie, it's just a huge body, and and Ritchie's skill, yeah, I mean it's good. It's good, but the thing about Ritchie that is a potential red flag is consistency. There's been some things with Ritchie where he's been inconsistent. He's been hurt as well. But I mean, why not take the risk at this point?
I mean, when you're a bad hockey team, you gotta try. You gotta do whatever you can to get better. I mean, if it's if it's taking Bennett, take Bennett. If it's taking Ritchie, take Ritchie. I don't know. At this point, I'm trying right now again because we have no shame. I will certainly give you a behind-the-scenes look right now. I'm trying to get this article up on the website about Sam Reinhart, but my brain just turned to mush. Turned to baseball, as our producer has pointed out. The pick is in for Calgary right now. We're waiting for the pick to come through. And yeah, that's that. I mean, I don't really know what else to say at this point in time.
Darren Dreger reporting the Sens saying nothing worth considering on the trade front with Spezza.
Yeah, that's what got me confused earlier. I'm trying to talk and type and read at the same time, and it's just hit a wall.
Yeah.
Okay. I probably should get this. This is, and ladies and gentlemen, as you may be able to tell through the podcast this evening, this is why we usually don't do podcasts live. Because when we don't do them live,
we actually have them planned out what we want to say exactly.
I mean, I've got a sheet again going behind the curtain here. I've got a sheet here of things I want to talk about, but I don't want to blow everything up right now. I want to kind of give it a minute. Okay, the general manager of the Calgary Flames is at the podium. He is speaking.
We're at Trade Living.
Yes. I don't want to butcher his name, so I figure out what you're going to say. People talk so much. With the 4th overall pick in the National Hockey League entry-level draft, the Calgary Flames select Sam Bennett.
Good addition. Good
He
addition.
still cannot do a pull.
Yeah.
He probably can.
Yeah, maybe with the help of some Flames players underneath him.
I'll tell you what right now. And obviously, it's not going to happen. You know, both players won't start on their teams next season. But I digress. I certainly think that that Reinhart ends up being a better player between Reinhart.
Right. Yeah.
But at 4, I mean, Bennett's not a bad kid.
No, Bennett's fast. That's what he's known for, is his great skating. He's got some nice soft hands. His offensive skill could be a little better, but what makes Sam Reinhart just absolutely special is just his blazing speed and his incredible playmaking in the middle.
I think the fact that about Reinhart, again, we're just going to continue to gush about this guy. I certainly think that Sam Reinhart, just because he's such a smart player, I mean, that's what gets me. That's what gets me.
And I think that even Draisaitl, when being selected at number 3, he's a little bit smarter than Bennett. I mean, Bennett on that scale, they're all very close, all 3 of them, but Reinhart is above and beyond everybody in this draft. Every general manager, I think, had a consensus that Sam Reinhart is the smartest player, period, in the draft. And then it was Draisaitl, and Draisaitl had an upside because he's just big. But Bennett, he's going to be a good playmaker. They compare him to Doug Gilmour. Everybody says that he is a clone of Doug Gilmour. He's not. But the Flames had Doug Gilmour, so
They certainly have a history.
Yeah,
with the guy.
exactly. I think there's a strong possibility that that Flames fans are going to love Sam Bennett for that exact reason.
Well, I mean, like we said before, he plays heavy hockey. That's what attracts people to him. He likes to hit people. He plays, if you will, balls to the wall, and that attracts teams to a guy. And that's why a lot of people thought that he was going to get drafted by the Buffalo Sabres, was because if you listen to any, if you find yourself listening to any post-game press conference with Ted Nolan or any interview with Ted Nolan, he always will talk about how he loves grit, how he loves competitiveness, how he loves really anything that falls into that category. And that's a guy. I mean, that's him. He's grit. He's compete. He's energy. He's everything that Ted Nolan. He essentially, in a nutshell, Sam Bennett is a Ted Nolan guy. I'm glad that the Buffalo Sabres drafted Reinhart. Yeah,
Right.
I'll say it. I'll horse it down, whatever. Not to mention, this damn guy's first name is Samson.
I know. I love that. Samson. That's so better than
Because you know
Samuel.
what I think about? 2 things I think about when I think about Samson. First off, I think about Dumb and Dumber, Samsonite. And then I also think about Half Baked. When Dave Chappelle's playing the drug dealer, he says, "Let me talk to Samson." That's what I think about. Anyways, I'm probably gonna unplug my microphone at this point. I'm gonna embarrass myself.
Gotcha. I think it's almost Arthur Staple, who's a Newsday writer and covers the New York Islanders, just tweeted out that they will be drafting Michael Dal Colle with the 5th pick, which is expected. And
Which is why they kept the pick.
right.
I mean, if Michael Dal Colle is not in Long Island, sorry, I had to be obnoxious there. Long Island.
That's fine.
If he's not in Long Island next year, what the hell are you doing?
Right.
They kept the pick to get a talented kid, and if they don't get the talented kid, then what the hell are you doing? You're trying to get better. I mean, because excuse me, as we all know in Buffalo, my headphones just turned on and I just heard myself talking. I just froze. As we all know with the Buffalo Sabres, they're supposed to be getting the Islanders pick next season. You know. The Islanders didn't trade them, or didn't get Buffalo this pick because apparently they still want to sell to the fans that they are certainly open for business and trying to win. With that team, I mean, you know, the Sabres are bad. Don't get me wrong. I'll be the first one to admit that. But when it comes to the Islanders, what the hell are they doing on the island? I have no idea. I have no idea. Garth Snow is a wonderful man. He just does terrible things.
Oh, God. It's horrible. All right, so with the 5th pick in the 2014 NHL Draft, the New York Islanders are about to select, without Cole.
Ooh, Twitter tells you that.
Yep.
Oh, hey, Twitter tells you the goal, eh?
Oh, that Cole goes to the Islanders at 5, eh?
Goal guy.
Vancouver's up at 6.
Long guy.
They got it.
Anyways, yeah.
We're having fun already.
Our podcast will not be. I'm just going to keep saying that throughout the day. It's been great. It's been a great 43 minutes. I'm going to retire. Anyway, it only took me 25 minutes, but I got the Sam Reinhart story on the YouTube website.
Sweet.
We'll talk about it. But, just waiting for something to happen. There's been a lot of talk today. And for all the talk that was going to happen, nothing has really happened.
No, but I mean, this is only the top of the draft right now.
I understand.
There wasn't a lot of people that were anticipating any of the top 5 teams to move. Really, I really didn't think that Florida was really going to move, even though they were rumoring and.
No, they're a little posture because that's the thing. I mean, like next year, if you get a team with the first overall pick, they'll always try to see what they can get for the pick. If they can't get anything, they'll say, "We'll take the guy."
Exactly.
You don't get what you want, and then someone says, "Hey, well, you're going to get the best player in the draft." Okay. Don't twist my arm, please.
Here's one of those moments where
I just yawned into my microphone. What the hell am I doing? That's not what you're supposed to do. Yawning into my microphone. Anyways, first 5 picks are taken care of. Ekblad 1, Reinhart 2, Draisaitl 3, Bennett 4, Dal Cole 5.
Vancouver's next up, and I think they got 3 options here that they can go for. First option is going to be Nick Ritchie, as we've mentioned before, the big forward from the Peterborough Petes of the Ontario Hockey League. The next one is Jake Virtanen. He's a right-wing, speedy, goal-scoring forward from the Calgary Hitmen of the Western Hockey League. And number 3 is the Danish Dangler, not the Deutschland Dangler, but the Danish Dangler.
Why don't we have cool nicknames like that?
I don't know. Well, I like Samson. We should just call him Samson Reinhart anyways. But the third one is Nikolai Ehlers from the Halifax Moosehead, who just came into the league, the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League this past year, and just blew everybody away. Nobody was expecting him to perform the way he did. But he played on the same line with Jonathan Drouin, the Tampa Bay Lightning draft pick from last year, and just completely exploded onto the scene. Nobody expected it. So, and Ehlers, he can skate. He's got great finishing ability. Let's see, what do I have in my notes here?
Apparently, here's something fun. The Flyers were trying to get the first overall pick, as we mentioned earlier. But because the Panthers wanted Wayne Simmons, they would not do it. So apparently, thank you for not making Wayne Simmons available because Philly probably would have taken that play, but you never really do.
But you trade him. You trade Wade Simmons into the division, and I don't want Wade Simmons.
Well, that's like when people talk about Tyler Myers going to Detroit. I mean, I don't care.
I really don't care either.
I love. We've talked about this before in a podcast. We like Tyler Myers. He's going to turn out to be a pretty decent defender. Not good now because he's young defenseman. Young defensemen that are great are few and far between. Expectations are too high for this kid. But if you trade him to Detroit in the division, you're probably going to pay the price for a very long time.
Yeah,
And just a quick shout out here. I just refreshed the Facebook page. Facebook.com/Sabres Hockey Central. Please like us and share us. Sam Reinhart, the poster Sam Reinhart has 37 shares, so people are helping us out here
yay!
with the free promotion.
Thank you, people.
And we will celebrate that shortly by giving away one of our free puck openers.
Good people.
Here's the interesting thing. Sam Reinhart, according to John Vogel from the Buffalo News, Sam Reinhart is certain. He's certain he'll be in Buffalo next season, but says he understands it's not going to be handed to him.
Right. That's awesome that he knows that.
Yeah, the kid wants to bust his ass and be. No, hey, I know I got to be good to make it. I know I got to be good to make it with the team. Well, awesome, go for it.
Right. And I love that he already knows. So, all right. So
I have to go grab some. Would you like water?
yeah, I'll take water. Why not? Why not? All right. So while Ryan is away, hi everybody. I'm Brady. So I'll be temporarily hosting for the next couple minutes at least. So just to recap, the first pick overall was the Florida Panthers. They decided to select Aaron Ekblad from Barry Colts defenseman. And the Sabres came up and they drafted Samson Reinhart from the Kootenai Ice of the Western Hockey League. Next was the Edmonton Oilers. They selected Leon Draisaitl from the Prince Albert Raiders of the Western Hockey League. Just to add a note, the Vancouver Canucks have made their selection. They are walking up to the podium right now. Number 4 was the Calgary Flames. They decided to select Samuel Bennett from the Kingston Frontenacs in the Ontario Hockey League. And the most recent pick was the New York Islanders. They selected Michael Dal Colle, a left wing forward from the Oshawa Generals of the Ontario Hockey League. So now the Canucks are up at 6, and as of right now, it does not seem like that anybody knows who they're going to pick. My guess would be Nikolai Ehlers. I predicted that in the mock draft. I think that would be the most sensible pick for Jim Benning and the Canucks. However, they could go size with Nick Ritchie, or they could go goal scoring with Jake Virtanen. And right now, Jim Benning is up at the podium. And with the 6th pick in the 2014 NHL Draft, Vancouver Canucks select Jake Virtanen, a right wing forward from the Calgary Hitmen of the Western Hockey League. Goal scorer, 45 goals, 71 games this year. 71 points in those 75 games. Virtanen right now is he's basically on the shelf for an injury. I think it's a shoulder injury. He just had surgery. What was it? Probably a few weeks ago or something like that. He had to miss the combine because of the injury. However, it's pretty plain and simple. He can score goals. That's what he's known to do. Scores goals, and I don't know what more to say about it. He's fast. He's incredibly fast. Yeah, he's incredibly fast. That's another thing. I think he was rated in the top 5 for the fastest players in the draft. But Virtanen's wrist shot is just incredible. He can fly down the wing. He gets in these open areas, and if you give him the chance to get his wrist shot on, I mean, good luck. Good luck trying to stop him. 6'1", 208 pounds. This guy's fast. He's got a great shot. They compare him to Kyle Okposo from the New York Islanders. So they say his best asset is acceleration. So interesting. And there's already pictures. There's already pictures from on the Sabres website of fans duct taping Reinhart and putting Reinhart on the back of their jersey.
Do me a favor. Don't disgrace your Chris Drury jersey
by putting Reinhart.
I mean, if you want to do that with a Lano jersey, feel free.
By all means, do it.
That's what I was going to do. I was going to go buy the 23, wear it for a couple weeks, and I was going to go switch it to Reinhart. But apparently my plan's been foiled because no one wanted to mark their jersey down.
Next up is Carolina, and Carolina's got a need on defense. They could go Hayden Fleury here from the Red Deer Rebels of the Western Hockey League. However, actually they really need help everywhere. So they can take anybody at this point. They can take another forward. Last year they had the 5th overall pick. They took Elias Lindholm from Sweden. This year they're at number 7. They could go Nikolai Ehlers because they could just flip-flop from what I agreed to. But Nick Ritchie's another possibility here. Carolina needs to get big. Eric Stahl, Jordan Stahl, they're big, but they've been hurt. And then other than that, they really don't have many other guys that are big besides Kevin Westgard. But Kevin Westgard is just an elephant on skates. He just goes out there and basically fights in fourth line winger. So Nick Ritchie might be an excellent addition here for the Hurricanes if they decide to go big.
Absolutely. Sorry, I was trying to finish my piece of pizza. I'm very professional here. You can keep that as I'm trying to talk in a podcast. I think I don't know what I think.
That's a great picture right there.
Yeah, I'm trying to get our first giveaway set up, but right now I'm having technical difficulty saving the photo. Sorry, I'm opening my water here.
Oh, let's see.
Oh, well, Google was at the draft. Everyone, get an interview. Start yelling at them. Okay. So, for those listening to the podcast, I will let you know that here shortly. You can go on to the Facebook page and you will be able to like and share this photo of Sam Reinhart. Excuse me. And if you do that, after a little while, we will certainly. Sorry, I'm trying to talk and type at the same time. Not very good. We'll pick one of you who has liked and shared the photo, and we will give you one of the puck openers given to us by our sponsor, Buffalo Bottle Craft.
Really, there's something.
And
there.
they're awesome.
They are awesome. I tried one out myself. It's even got like a little magnetic thing on the inside of the bottle opener, so when you open it, you don't have to worry about losing the bottle cap. It just sticks there, which is just awesome.
Very handy.
It is handy.
Avoid
the mess.
At some point in time, I do want to get the guy on a podcast and speak to him and ask him about it. But I'm just assuming because he's a Sabres fan and it's a Buffalo-based company, and if you don't want to wait out the contest or you didn't win the contest, you still want one. Like I said, go to Twitter at the Puck Opener, go to Facebook /Buffalo Bottle Craft. Find the link, go to the site, and buy one. And it's just a guy trying to get a business off the ground. It's only $13 for a puck. So
if you just heard that, that's the bottle. That's the bottle opener and
that's great
freshness.
That's great drinking beer on the podcast.
Don't tell anyone.
Anyways, as we talk here, the pick is in for the Carolina Hurricanes. I'll tell you what, I'm looking at this photo of Sam Reinhart and I'm just very happy that Sam Reinhart was able to save it. Sorry to keep harping on it, but hey, you're going to hear a lot of this from us for the next couple of weeks. Although, I'm not really sure the next time we're going to podcast, we're going to try to podcast. Sure.
We'll probably podcast for free agency, the day of free agency.
Well, I'm at work that day, unfortunately, so I'm going to have to like a wrap about.
Well, you know what we usually do. We usually meet up at we usually get online at 11 o'clock midnight, and we talk for an hour and 45 minutes. We'll talk for 40 minutes on air, and then for an extra hour afterwards, we're talking about just random stuff about the next podcast or whatever. So,
can't stop talking.
All right, Ryan, I'm going to let you take this one because I took the last one with Jake Kurtan.
Rob Brindamore is at the podium for the Carolina Hurricanes, and he is announcing the pick, and I don't have TweetDeck up, so I can't see who the pick is going to be, so this is going to be as much of a surprise to me as it is to you. I think he said something about Philadelphia because he's clapping.
Well, Brindamore used to play in Philadelphia. He started his career in Philadelphia.
That's what I thought.
That's an interesting tidbit.
I don't pay attention to hockey much. Let's see.
While they take, go ahead. I know who they take, so.
Don't tell me.
I won't.
I want to be a surprise.
I'm trying to get you to read this, but it'll show up on TV. There you go, right there.
Hayden Fleury, defenseman from Red Deer. 46 points in 70 games last season, and as our smart gentleman over to the right side of me has pointed out, that's probably who the Hurricanes should have taken.
Right. They need the defensive help. Hayden Fleury is the next best defensive prospect available. It's quite a range from Ekblad to Fleury, but Fleury, great two-way forward. He skates excellent. He's very smart on the ice. Comparable to actually a Mark Stahl, according to TSN. But another thing about Fleury is he can do just about anything that you will ask him to do, and he will do it. 6'3", 204 pounds, so he's a little smaller than Aaron Ekblad, but still, just Carolina could not go wrong with this pick. They needed to do this. I think this sets Carolina up to potentially do some be better next season, because they let go of a couple of defensemen. Like they're letting go, for instance, of Yanni Pikkinen, I believe. I believe they're not re-signing him. Mike Komisarik's a free agent. Brett Bellamore's a free agent, and then some of the restricted free agents that are available are Mark Flood and Matt Carente, but they're all in the AHL with Charlotte Checkers. But still, Fleury's going to be a huge addition. I can see Fleury immediately playing with the Hurricanes this upcoming season, unless they decide to sign some guys during free agency, but I don't see why they would do that. Ron Francis, the new general manager of the Hurricanes, did a great job for his first pick in the National Hockey League. Get a solid defenseman, solid two-way defenseman. I don't see anything wrong with this pick whatsoever.
It seemed like a smart pick. Bang on draft advice from Ryan Wolf.
You should ask people to make sure that the volume levels are okay.
I think they are. I'm pretty sure they are. The only problem I've been told is that we're echoing a little, but we're not keep going. So.
Right.
We'll just echo.
Wait, you know what?
Quick, get all the boxes from the other room, put them in this room so we can fill up some space so it doesn't echo. That might work.
Like cartons and everything.
Oh, man. Just thinking about it right now. It's going to be top line next year. Well, the thing I forgot about Hodgson, is that he's not even a center anymore. He's a winger.
Supposedly.
Well, when they played the World Championships,
I didn't pay attention to the World Championships.
when they played the World Championships, I didn't either. I saw Hodgson playing winger, and I said, that's interesting. And then come to find out, they're planning on playing Hodgson winger.
Okay.
Because he's not great at his defense, is lacking, so they figure they can hide it.
And I mean, it's a lot of responsibility. It really is a lot of responsibility to play center, because you're expected to, back check and be right there in the middle to, make plays and do just about anything that you're asked to. If you put Cody Hodgson on the wing, it does take a little bit off on the defensive side. It takes a little bit off on the playmaking side. And maybe they're trying to make Cody Hodgson, I don't know, a goal scorer or something like that, or set up guys.
Plus, it allows Hodgson to be a lot more creative too. I mean,
Right.
He's good at face-offs, but the rest of it, it just appears that he struggles with the defensive side of things in hockey, and if he struggles defensively, I mean, there's not really, you're not going to be around long if you're just going to struggle defensively.
One interesting note about this draft so far is everybody was saying how, everybody was going to be trying to move and everything like that. There has not been one window trade probably since 5:30 or 5:45 or 6:30. I meant.
Again, that's the interesting thing to look at too, is that Tim Murray doesn't want to trade back in the first round. You got to find someone who will be willing to trade with you.
Mm-hmm.
But
let's see what the Leafs do here. They can go with anybody.
if they take Richie here, they're stupid.
Yeah, I would say so, but I think they're going to go with a guy like either William Nylander from Sweden or what's his name? The pick, Jonas Seigel from TSN, and also they just announced it on TSN. With the 8th pick in the 2014 NHL Draft, the Toronto Maple Leafs select William Nylander from Södertälje from the Swedish Second League. 35 games last year, 15 goals, 12 assists. Nylander is potentially the best offensive player in this draft, most talented wise. That's how he's been, brought about. Player comparability, they say Patrick Kane. His offensive flair. Yeah, Nylander's got some offensive skill. His hands are probably his best asset. He's got a good, second engine, if you want to say, so that little second burst of speed to be able to make plays and to get down ice quicker and speed and everything like that. But yeah, Nylander is a work in progress in my eyes. He's not going to play with the Leafs right away. He's going to take another year or two in Sweden to develop. It'll definitely be a couple of years before we see William Nylander in the NHL. And they're showing on TSN his dad, who was Michael Nylander, who played for a whole bunch of teams, but it was Washington, and I don't even.
He's an NHL veteran, that's for sure.
Yes,
I
exactly.
kind of zoned out there for a second.
Yeah, I mean,
Nylander is a great pick for the Leafs. I mean, I don't like the Leafs. Not many people.
who does here in Buffalo? Really? Who does?
But they got a great player. I mean, that's if you want to draft a guy at 8, that's the guy you want. Nylander's. As you said, he's offensively talented. He'll fit great in Toronto because they certainly always are trying to get more offensive talent in. Can't seem to do it, but I would certainly like to see Toronto develop him in the early part of the spring. So if they want to just keep being crappy, they can.
I think they'd rather golf than play in the playoffs, anyways. Especially, I mean,
At this point, they're probably not.
I don't know. A guy like Dion Phaneuf. I mean,
Wow!
He's-
Breaking news.
breaking news.
James Neal of the Pittsburgh Penguins has been traded to the Nashville Predators.
Wow.
That is huge.
Darren Dreger reporting that.
Wow.
Nothing yet on the return, but yeah, that's. James,
There's your first big move of the afternoon.
and I'm guaranteeing you that Pittsburgh is going to get that 11th pick. I will bet you $5 right now that including.
I got $5.
Well, you almost had $20 for my Billy Lano signed stick that I was going to give you.
Sad about that.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge though. Pittsburgh was thinking about it, then they kind of pushed back about it and said, well, I mean, we don't know if we're going to exactly trade it, but now all of a sudden, boom, there it is.
The Panthers are a funny situation because they always think that they're trying to
They got Peter Laviolette,
they're trying to get as much offense as they possibly can,
which they didn't have with Barry Trotz.
and then once they get all this off, well, I'm talking about Pittsburgh.
Patrick Hornquist and Nick Spaulding. So there's no. Okay, so I lost the bet with the $5, but there's no
Sweet.
draft pick. It's James Neal to the Nashville Predators for Patrick Hornquist and Nick Spaulding straight up. That is
I got
apparently the report.
$5. Hey. Okay. That's the one guy that the Panthers, the Penguins, have been talking about possibly trading. They got a lot of offense, but James Neal was one of their best.
Right.
If they think trading James Neal is going to solve the problem, they got to let it coming. Which one is yours?
Yours is right there.
Okay.
Mine's right here. I've barely taken a drink of water. Mine was closer to my Shiner Bock here. Shiner Bock, if you don't know, is from Shiner, Texas.
We're just giving out free promotion.
Yeah, there we go. So Shiner, you're welcome.
Oh man, this is fun. Now let's see if the Sabres will trade everybody. Just
Trade everybody.
Just get rid of them all. I guess at some point, we should probably get into this interesting thing that Tim Murray mentioned this morning. Tim Murray came out this morning and spoke to the media and did say that he's trying to acquire a couple veteran players who, quote, help our culture and, quote, bring skill to the lineup that is right now going nowhere. So, he is aware that this team is bad. But he's obviously trying to, he's trying to get, he's trying to get someone in here who can help these kids develop into great professionals and learn how to play the game in a great way. He also goes on to mention that Tim Murray has openly admitted to, and obviously it's free agency, so you can talk to anybody. But he has confirmed that he spoke to Steve Ott's agent and Matt Olson's agent. Two guys who I'm just like losing my train of thought here. Two guys that a lot of Buffalo Sabres fans thought could come back to Buffalo, and
Still a strong possibility.
yeah, I think there's a good shot that Steve Ott's a Buffalo Sabre, no doubt about it.
And maybe even Matt Molson too.
Well, yeah, for sure.
I would love to have Molson come back, honestly.
I think Matt Molson, you can because you can stick him on the front line, the first line, and he'll score 20 goals a season. That's what you're looking for. I mean,
Right.
you've got Drew Stafford, you got Tyler Rosen on your first line.
Yep.
You put Matt Molson on the first line, and then you have Cody Hodgson on your second line as a winger. And that's the thing that the Buffalo Sabres lack. They have a decent first line.
Nikolai Ehlers.
Nikolai Ehlers with Halifax. To the Jets at 10. Also a very good pickup for the Jets, who are in need of goal scoring.
Big time.
Again, we don't know if these guys are going to play the next year, but
49 goals, 55 assists in 63 games
that's
with Halifax. And just remember, he played on a line with Jonathan Drouin, who is Tampa Bay's third-round pick from last year. Ehlers, well, he could use another year. I mean, I don't think he's going to play in Winnipeg right away. He'll probably use another year in Halifax. However, this kid, again, as I
It's
said,
funny you mentioned Jonathan Drouin because TSN says player comparable to Jonathan Drouin.
but, I mean, this kid's an elusive skater. He's a playmaker. He feeds off of just, I don't even know what you want to call it. He's a machine out there. He really is.
He's a small kid, but he's got speed. A lot of speed.
Slick hands too. He's elusive. He can get away. One second you think he's trapped behind the net. Next thing you know, he's doing a wraparound, or next thing you know, he's coming around the boards and getting out in an open slot right in front of the net or something like that. Winnipeg got a huge win in this because a lot of people did not expect Nikolai Ehlers to fall to 9, especially. I mean, I didn't at least have him there, but that's the nice part about the draft is you never know what to expect.
Crazy things can happen, just like we mentioned with the James Neal trade. I mean, a bomb can go off at any point in time. Frankly, I'm waiting for the Sabres bomb to go off, but I'm not going to get ahead of myself because I don't want to move to be made. But got to give credit where credit's due. It seems like Tim Murray has certainly done a great job of developing. So far, I mean, it hasn't been here long, obviously, but the way. Sorry, I'm reading something.
Yeah.
Nicholas,
As we all are.
the one thing that you point out, you played with Drouin. Here's the thing. He put up 104 points a season in Halifax, and he's not playing much with Drouin. That's amazing.
Yeah, they're just announcing it at the draft right now.
Oh, wow.
It's late there. It's that's the nice part about social media is
About 5
before 5 minutes ahead before anybody can even watch it on television. It's already out on social media. I mean, most of the draft picks that we've had have been coming up on our tweet decks even before it even comes up on television. So
If someone says trade, and I'm like, oh, another trade, and they're like, oh, James Neal. I'm like, oh, boo.
yeah,
Boo.
I noticed that too. So the Anaheim Ducks are up next. This would have been Ottawa's pick, the Ottawa Senators' pick, but this was the pick that was traded in the Bobby Ryan trade. Yes. So,
Apparently, the Penguins, who still have Kaplan to burn, and this could just be talking, but Rutherford is talking with Mark Bergevin of the Canadiens. So, more moves could be made with the Penguins tonight, and they're tight up against the cap.
Right. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that would be. I mean, who would they even target in Montreal anyways? The Penguins. Danny Briere.
Kids, I don't know, kids.
I mean, they're
Sign
not.
with a cheaper cap.
Yeah, the Canadians are not getting rid of guys like Galchenyuk or Brendan Gallagher for anything. Nothing.
No.
They're untouchables.
While the Ducks pick is in. That's fun. I keep yawning. I don't know why. Maybe I can take a nap.
Make some coffee.
I won't drink coffee. Yeah, take my one day
The
off.
Ducks.
Take my one day off and I'm falling asleep at 8 o'clock at night.
I wonder if the Ducks keep going with size here. They go with Nick Ritchie because why not get
That
bigger?
could be. That could be.
Why not get bigger? They got Ryan Getzlaf. They got Corey Perry, who
Well, they just picked up Ryan Kessler.
Yeah, just picked up Ryan Kessler. Why not? Why not go for another kid with size? I mean, if Nick Ritchie gets drafted by the Ducks, I guarantee you he won't be in the NHL for another couple of years. But you know what? Whatever. The Ducks just keep. It seems like they just keep getting bigger every year. No matter what they do, they just keep getting bigger.
The GM in Anaheim is a smart guy. Let's put it that way. He knows what he's doing. I thought it was Bob Murray. I don't know what I mean. Bob Murray in Anaheim is a smart guy. He just won the GM of the Year award. And he's done a great job. I mean, yeah, obviously their goaltending is but suspect, but they're not going to bring back Young Sutter. And they've just done a great job of stacking the deck out in Anaheim to benefit them.
And Anaheim, they drafted last year. I don't remember who they drafted last year. I know the one year they drafted Stefan Noesen in the first round. I think it was 2012 because they just traded Noesen to Ottawa in that Bobby Ryan deal. So I gotta look that up.
Probably Wikipedia. I don't know. I'm not sitting close to my computer at this point. Hey, it's 8:14. Should we give away one of these books?
Oh, why not?
I gotta put my socks back on. My feet are frozen.
All right. So let's see here. Last year, the Anaheim Ducks drafted Shea Theodore from the Seattle Thunderbirds of the Western Hockey League. So they got a defenseman. So I don't think they need to go defense here. I think they're going to go forward. Nick Ritchie's probably the best option. They could also draft Kasperi Kapanen, but
So, sorry to interrupt you, but a beat writer points out the Penguins save no cap space, get no pick, and downgrade on the way. Unbelievable.
that's a bad trade then.
It sounds like a bad trade.
Well, I mean, Nick Spaulding, he's a third-line center at best. I don't know if that's or third-line forward, fourth-line forward, I don't know. But Patrick Hornquist, he's not going to be able to fill the hole of – he's not going to be able to fill the shoes of James Neal, I don't believe. Hornquist is a good player, don't get me wrong. It's just he doesn't have that caliber. And Nick Ritchie just goes to the Anaheim Ducks. So, yeah, the Anaheim Ducks just got huge again. They got more huge, I should say. Not again, but
Is huger a word?
huger or
Hugest. I don't know.
whatever. Yeah. More big. Let's go with that. Nick Ritchie.
I think we will wait until we have fucking 8:30.
Yeah. Nick Ritchie, 6'3", 225 pounds. Good skater. He's got really good hands. But again, it's just he's really got to work on his consistency. That's the biggest thing with Ritchie. Big body. He can fight. He can hit people. He's skilled, pretty skilled offensively, more skilled than his brother. However, is he going to be able to stay healthy? Is he going to be able to stay consistent? They compare him to Rick Nash. And his biggest asset is presence. Yeah, and they're showing off the Anaheim Ducks' new away jerseys this
They
year.
released them earlier. But
Yeah.
They're beautiful.
They look awesome. I really did not like the old one with just the Ducks written across. They made their third jersey their primary jersey now, their home jersey, and now they made this new one the away jersey, and I think they're beautiful.
And this is the one thing that you guys are going to have to notice. Time moves on. Western Conference is loading up. The Western Conference is by far the best conference in the out of two conferences. So you're going to see a lot of teams that are going to start building building their franchises, like Western Conference teams. So I guess if anything, to this point in time, a lot of teams are trying to build themselves like a Western Conference franchise. So it's not such a bad thing. The Buffalo Sabres are bad at this point in time because they would get crushed. I mean, even if their team was good, they would be crushed in the last round of Western Conference. Like you saw in the Stanley Cup Finals, while the Rangers put up a nice fight, the Western Conference is head and shoulders above these.
Right.
And that's it happens. I mean, there's a run on Eastern Conference teams.
Yeah, I mean,
Sorry, I was just reading something.
yeah, I mean, I totally get what you're saying, though. The Western Conference is hands down way better than the Eastern Conference. You know, but it's weird. I don't know why I just thought of this going a little off topic, but it kind of sucks for a team like Winnipeg going from the Eastern Conference to the Western Conference. They go from a conference.
They got what they wanted.
Yeah, they did. They get Nikolai Ehlers, which is huge. But then you get the team like the Red Wings. The Red Wings go from a conference where they dominate for the longest time to a conference where they barely even make the playoffs. Which, I mean, the Red Wings are older, don't get me wrong. So, but I mean, I feel like I'm just rambling on. And
Oh, you're okay. You're okay. I'm just reading some things.
I know. I feel like that I'm just rambling on and just not making sense, which it doesn't help me out at all. So, so yeah, to those people who are listening, if I sound stupid, I love positive feedback. I love the feedback. I love the.
Yeah, you can hit us up on Facebook, facebook.com/SuperCycleCentral. SHC on Twitter. At WolfSHC on Twitter.
If we had a phone line, I would obviously say, please, people, call in and just yell at us.
Absolutely. I have not figured that out. That's down the road. Maybe
Next time.
Yeah, there you go.
Next trip. But it's 20 after 8 on a beautiful night.
It is nice out. I mean, that'd be great if we could have done this
We
outside.
should have done this outside.
It's so beautiful outside. It's
It's
like
possible.
80 degrees right now, and
Knock the ball down.
yeah.
Hopefully sometime in the next hour we'll have friends of the podcast joining us to talk about
or a trade to announce.
a trade or just people talk about the podcast. But as I said, about 8:30 we'll give away our first hockey cup.
Nashville, after making that huge trade for James Neal, is up with the 11th pick, and yeah, the early signs of this trade with James Neal is that Nashville clearly won, which is surprising because David Poile has made some, I'd say, some pretty bad decisions in the past, but this one seems to be he's got it right on the dot.
Well, that's the two. Here said it's Nashville going to the Seahawks. Offensive minded. If that name sounds familiar to you, it's because he's the head coach of the Flyers. So, it will certainly be interesting to see what happens. But, actually, it's kind of funny to talk about that because Billy Leno was
Peter Laviolette.
Peter Laviolette.
Yeah.
He had his best season as a professional.
There's also rumors that he could go back to the Philadelphia Flyers. I don't know why.
Well, you could go back to the Flyers just because it's the Flyers, but it's also
It's Paul Holmgren, too. I mean, he's not the general manager anymore, but still.
well, yeah.
I mean, I don't know what was in their minds with trading Scott Hartnell on that. I really don't get why they traded for RJ
That
Umber.
was a bad. The Columbus Blue Jackets are going to be a lot better with Scott Hartnell than RJ Umber. I mean, we're going to get rid of RJ Umber anyways. Now they wanted to, they decided to pull the plug apparently. Kevin Fiala.
Yeah.
From the second one.
That's the Swedish Hockey League.
Yeah, Swedish hockey. Yeah.
Fiala is a Swiss forward. He's small.
He's a center or right winger. He had 25 points, 10 goals, ball into whatever offense. Says his best asset is he's relentless. He's a player comparable to Alexander Steen of the St. Louis Blues, and
Fiala's stock has
he's a number two-way center.
Fiala's stock has just risen incredibly. He had a great combine. His playoff, or not necessarily playoff, but the end of the year for him in the Swedish Hockey League was just phenomenal. Excuse me, which led to his stock incredibly rising. He was projected to be, an early second-round pick, probably about 3 months ago, and then all of a sudden, within like a month or two span, he was in the top 10. So he goes to 11. He's outside of the top 10, but you know what? It's still a great pickup for the Nashville Predators. His skill really offsets his size. 5'9", but he's got great speed, great hands. He works hard. He's dedicated. He will make noise. Maybe a few years down the road, we can see Fiala possibly playing with a Philip Forsberg, who they acquired from Washington in the Martin Erat deal, which was just a disaster for Nashville. It was a disaster for George McPhee.
It was a
steal for the Predators. Yeah. So
if you could trade a guy who could not score a goal
oh my
for
God,
the team for a top prospect,
yikes.
jeez, man.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, yeah. This deal again seems like the best for the Predators as it did back when they traded Martin Erat, but
Yeah, at some point, I mean, you win trades and lose trades, but it's it certainly seems like the past couple of trades that it seems like that the Nashville Predators are kind of getting a bit of things.
right.
I just saw something and I just totally, that's what okay. We're currently trying to get hooked up with one of our podcasts. Just want to point out right now that the Arizona Coyotes, I almost said Arizona Cardinals. The Arizona Coyotes
Name change.
have officially changed their name as of tonight. Well, we're not moving. Just changing the name to kind of adapt and appreciate, accept, and all that stuff in the area.
It was also part of that whole ordeal last year where they were
Someone bought the team and wanted to change the name.
right, and then they also had the whole thing where the city of Glendale was just they didn't know if they were going to keep the Coyotes or not, and then they voted to yes keep them, but they had like a condition where they had to say okay if they're going to stay here, then they're not going to be the Phoenix Coyotes anymore. So what's that for? Oh, okay. Yeah, aren't we all?
Yeah, I went to the batting cage today.
I think it was like only 15 ball fans.
I got a bad gig, right? I think 30 balls there.
Oh wow.
That's so mad. But, no, after I left, I probably started shooting balls every day. But here's the thing. Getting back to. Man, I would not want to be. I hope the Buffalo Sabres don't get themselves into a point where they have to deal with players just to, either because they want to or because they need to. Like, oh yeah, well, we'll get rid of this guy because we can. No, you probably want. You don't want to be in that situation because they've got themselves against the wall. And you back away from the wall by getting rid of talented players, but you can't. That's not cool.
I don't see them doing that for quite some time. Maybe another 4 or 5 years. But by then, the cap will probably be just an astronomical number.
Well, like I said, they don't get much cap help from this deal. But I mean, what the hell are you doing it for?
Right. And with the 12th pick in the 2014 NHL Draft, the Phoenix Coyotes.
Arizona Coyotes.
Arizona Coyotes. Thank you for correcting me. Sorry, I already forgot that. I changed everything on my computer, and I still forgot. The Arizona Coyotes select with the 12th pick.
The second year in a row they picked 12.
Yep. Last year they picked Max Domi. It's Brendan Perlini from the Niagara Ice Dogs. Originally born in Great Britain, now comes over and represents Canada. 71 points, 58 games, 34 goals, 37 assists. Pirelli's actually big. He's a big boy, but he's not physical enough. He doesn't use his physicality whatsoever. He is, he's a point producer. He's a goal scorer. 6'3", 202 pounds. He's comparable to Mike Gardner. That's not that bad at all. One of the greatest U.S.-born hockey players ever. He's a left winger.
The one thing I see about him is he's 6'3", 202. That's
Huge. It's big.
He's a big guy.
Yeah, but as I said, he doesn't use his physicality at all, which could be a downside, which could be huge, because when you're that big, a lot of scouts nowadays are looking at it and saying, well, if you're that big, why aren't you using your size or anything like that? And
That's very
who knows? I mean, the Coyotes could develop him into something pretty good, and I mean, I totally agree. This is a great pickup for the Coyotes. But yeah, that's the biggest thing Pirelli's got to work on is his ability to use his physicality and his body with the size that he has.
And they did point out that he improved his point total from last season to this season by a draft. So clearly, he's proven he can make the adjustments, and he had pretty damn good hockey. That's the best part about the NHL draft. You see a lot of these guys in the jerseys. You say, "Oh, hey, this guy's going to be next great first line for this team." But just think about it. Some of these guys will never see. That's the best part about it.
All right.
The worst part about it.
Right before we get the Caps pick, do you want to give away a prize to take right now? So yeah, that might be.
Okay. My microphone's going to roll over. It's not fun. Let me see.
Wow, Leon Draisaitl looking totally gangster when taking that picture. That's awesome.
Okay, Mike.
Much better. Much better.
Much better, eh?
Podcast. Okay.
The podcast. The podcast going well.
All right, now you're just getting out of hand.
I know.
Let's see. Let's see. Who is going to get a hockey puck? I don't know. Someone's big one.
Right there.
This one?
Sure.
This guy. Hold on one second.
Oh boy.
Ted. I'm a terrible person.
You know what's another thing that I realized about okay, there we go. We'll get the winner before I make this point. It's about Nashville.
No, you go first.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm just gonna. I saw a tweet about this. Nashville, they just acquired. Excuse me. They just acquired James Neal, but with this draft pick, their top prospects are Philip Forsberg, Kevin Fiala, and Jarvis Jarnkrok. They're all foreign players. There's not really too many Canadian players on the Predators as there is. I mean, they just acquired James Neal. They got Shea Weber. But I mean, other than that, they've got a lot of young prospects that are foreign players. A lot of Finnish players, Swedish players, now Swiss. So David Poile and the Predators are expanding their stock and going completely elsewhere. A lot of teams, have a lot of good Canadian prospects or anything like that, but the Predators over the past few years have really built their stock in foreign players and players that are from Finland and Sweden, which is something different. You don't see that too often in NHL teams.
I'm having technical difficulties with Facebook. So we've got our first winner. I'm just trying to get to the point where I can say, hey, this is the one. But instead, computers just being
Kind of fell apart, but it's
pain
good.
in my ass.
This is monkey bread.
Yeah.
He rinse the paper plates.
The Washington Capitals pick
It's like
they're currently walking up.
Sorry, my sister's
That's
watching with food and
Oh, let's see here. I'm not updating this.
Okay, so over on Twitter, the Buffalo Sabres have just shared a barely is ready to. There we go. You can see right here. I used to read it. See, Ryan Duffy, the Buffalo Sabres, has spoken.
Wow. With the 13th
Official interview, sorry.
With the 13th pick, the Washington Capitals select Jakob Vrana, who played with Linköping in the Swedish second-tier league this past year. He had an impressive World Juniors especially against Canada in the game in Sweden, in Malmö, Sweden. He's playmaker, but again, consistency issues. However, he's a smart guy. He's another smart kid. He's got a great shot. His wrist shot, just like Jake Virtanen earlier, it's just lights out. He can pick a corner pretty quickly. He's 5'11", 189 pounds. Player comparability, they compare him to a Jeff Skinner, which seems pretty legit. His scoring ability is his best asset. So I don't think really anybody anticipated Vrana being taken by Washington Capitals. A lot of people had Vrana going mid to lower first round. That's huge. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how he's going to pan out with the Capitals, but Capitals are another team that just love foreign players. I don't know what it is. They love foreign players.
Still suffering from something.
We're trying to get this man out. We're promising you.
We picked somebody. We're just trying to get to the right and say, hey, this guy won.
In the meantime, guys, you guys can have some. I'll give it to you for.
All right. Yeah.
Woo!
Nice, man.
We got some
Thank you for news.
Monkey bread.
delicious. Well, over on Facebook, we have selected a winner. Joey Miller has won first puck. But problem is, I have no way to get this gentleman to know that
Awesome.
Yeah. Sure.
he won. So
Joey, if you're listening to the podcast right now, tweet at one of us.
yeah, that was fun.
Tweet at one of us if you got Twitter. If you don't, I don't know, message us on Facebook or something like that. Message us on Sabres Monkey Central. Just letting you know, hey, when it comes real, you pick me as a winner.
Oh man, I'm trying to. Alright, let's talk about hockey.
Yay!
Good answer.
Is that the one with the touchdowns and stuff?
Oh, they got Pierre McGuire on TSN. Sorry, I had to make mention of that. Dallas Stars have made their pick. They're making their way up to the podium right now. currently right now, some of the big name players that are still out there are Robbie Fabry from the Guelph Storm, the OHL. There's Alex Tuck from the U.S. Under-18 team in the United States Hockey League. Kasperi Kapanen from the Finnish Elite League. Some of the other guys that are notable is Dylan Larkin from the U.S. Under-18 team. You got Jared McCann from the Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds, the OHL. Sonny Milano from the U.S. Under-18 team, and also a guy like Joshua Hosang from the Windsor Spitfires from the Ontario Hockey League as well. At this point in the draft, we're getting into the names that are not going to be necessarily probably starting with their team that they get drafted by. This season, they'll probably take another couple of years to develop, and then finally maybe we'll start to see some of those players. But I think if you're the Dallas Stars here, you got to go size, and probably the biggest forward available right now is Alex Tuck from the U.S. Under-18 development team.
Peter McGuire came on the air and said that the Dallas Stars are going hard after Paul Stastny, who is a free agent.
Really? And the Stars just selected Julius Honka from the Swift Current Broncos of the Western Hockey League. Honka has been said to be the best puck-moving defenseman in the entire draft. He had 40 assists in 62 games. 5'11", he's 181 pounds. Very good, strong skater for the Swift Current Broncos. He's probably one of the smarter defensemen out there. They compare him to Slava Voynov, and that's fair to say. Slava Voynov is a very good puck mover. He knows what to do with the puck. Julius Honka is not going to be a top defenseman. He'll probably be anywhere from 2 to, 5. But give Honka another year or two to develop in Swift Current with the Finnish team. I'm pretty sure, though, that he'll develop into a pretty talented defenseman. And Ryan's over here enjoying his monkey bread, which I do have to say is very good. I've never tried monkey bread. So.
It's good stuff.
This is just putting my mock draft to shame. I feel bad. Like,
Never again after today.
no, I'll keep doing it because mock drafts are fun. But I mean, a lot of the mock drafts that I've seen is just like, I really don't think a lot of people were. But again, that's why it's a mock draft. Nobody really knows until, hey, got the pick.
Call them mock drafts, we can mock you.
True, very true. I've had a lot of people mock me, so whatever. I can handle it.
Just gonna keep trying to get That's contract.
Should have made the room much bigger. They just moved that wall.
That's not it.
Anyways, and a little bit of reset here. The Buffalo Sabres have not made any moves besides the fact that they have acquired Sam Reinhart with the second. Okay. Yeah, Nylander, some of they're talking Nylander. Nylander plays in the AHL. It's okay. Just to reset, the Buffalo Sabres have drafted. Center Sam Reinhart, second overall draft pick.
Samson Reinhart.
Samson.
I think that's the best first name in the entire draft. Beautiful.
He expects to play in Buffalo next season, but obviously he's not going to have the job. You got to remember too. Look at it this way, kids. If Mikhail Grigorenko pans out, you've got your top 3 centers right there. You've got Reinhart, you've got Coogan, you've got Grigorenko. Tough day at the office. For a team that did not have elite centers, they're certainly collecting. Besides that, radio silence.
Yeah.
We expected a lot more movement, too much ratings. Nothing has happened.
Besides James Neal.
Besides James. But for tomorrow afternoon, we will not be live podcasting the draft tomorrow, but we will be keeping you up to date, up to the minute on the latest Buffalo Sabres draft pick, trade, all that fun stuff. As we are doing tonight, hopefully.
Maybe we'll do another podcast tomorrow.
Yeah, I think we'll definitely do a wrap-up show after the draft is over. Tomorrow's the last day of the draft. We'll do a wrap-up show. We'll talk about that. Catch up there, but besides that, we're here tonight until this first round is over, whatever that may be. Hopefully we're going to get a few people to discuss the Buffalo Sabres. I mean, if not, we've got us. We'll listen enough. Talk and yawn and cough and sneeze. Hope that something happens. I mean, I won't be mad if nothing happens, because if something happens, it'll probably involve a trading of Tyler Myers or something. But again, you know,
And who wouldn't want that?
I don't. But who knows? Maybe it's good for business.
Well,
As we talk right now, the Detroit Detroit Red Wings are walking up to
how about the Red Wings, eh?
they're walking up to the podium, and we'll know shortly who is selected by Detroit Detroit.
I promise everybody we'll go back to professionalism tomorrow, but this is our first live podcast, so
We just gotta act like jackass.
yeah, we're allowed to have a little bit of fun at least.
Whatever it is.
I wish we were.
The Detroit Red Wings with their pick,
With the 15th pick.
15th pick. I'm paying attention. 15th pick, they draft Dylan Larkin at center for the U.S. under-18 team. 60 games last season, he scored 56 points, 31 goals, and 20 assists. According to TSN, he is a comparable to Ryan Kessler. Expected to be a number 2 two-way center, and his best asset is speed.
Right. Yeah. Larkin's big. He's fast. 6'1" isn't really that big, but you know, he seems a lot bigger when he's on the ice. But Dylan Larkin, he's a scrappy forward. He loves to battle. He loves to get into the gritty areas. He's a good two-way center. Very similar to Ryan Kessler, as you just mentioned. It's gonna be a good pickup for the Red Wings. I think that as Datsuk and Zetterberg age, Larkin will develop and he'll become a decent center for the Red Wings. I think that he'll be one of the centerpieces for the replacement, really, if you want to call it that, of Datsuk and Zetterberg when their time comes.
That'd be a very scary time for this.
Oh yeah, that'll be a scary time for the whole NHL, especially Datsuk.
Well, at this point, we are hanging out.
Still no waves on any trades or anything like that. It's probably just going to be oh wow, holy crap, there's a trade that just happened.
Well,
It's like,
Tim Murray still wants to get into the first round.
oh yeah, absolutely.
There are some people. Certainly should do that. But takes two to tango, my friend. If they don't have another person to trade with, then nothing's going to happen.
I think with the pick for Columbus, they're at 16 right now. They still got Kasperi Kapanen available. Kapanen has been highly regarded by Finnish general manager Jarmo Kekalainen. I think that, yeah, that's also a very good name. Kapanen, he's got the potential to be a very talented forward, as a lot of people said, but the biggest thing is, with him, consistency. It seems like it's just a repetitive thing that I've been saying today. It's just guys with lack of consistency.
One comes to mind.
Right. Yep, Sammy Kapanen was his dad. Sammy Kapanen, to me, he's most memorable for getting laid off by Darcy Tucker and then having the guts to stay on the ice to try and keep play going, which ended up leading to a game-winning goal for the Flyers in that playoff series. But yeah, Captain was never really that bad of a player. He's probably a very good second line winger. He was playing with the Flyers. Do you recall him playing for any other team besides the Philadelphia Flyers? Because I don't remember if he ever did.
I can't.
Maybe the Flyers will take Captain at 17 and the Blue Jackets don't. Like father, like son. Yeah. We are halfway through the NHL draft. Yeah. It's 8:48 Eastern Standard Times, or wherever you're listening.
I almost choked there.
Oh boy.
Jarmo Kekalainen, they're all just standing on the stage like, is anyone going to make a bet for what's the deal? And there's someone at with the pick, president of hockey operations, John Yates, preparing to pick somebody. The Columbus Blue Jackets select.
Nope.
Oh,
Now they got Kekalainen coming up.
Swerve. No, it's Billy Sarin.
Nope.
And amateur scout.
Sonny Milano.
Sonny Milano, left winger out of the United States development. U.S. under 18s with 85 points, 29 goals, 56 assists.
Puck handler. That's his biggest asset is his puck handling abilities. Best puck handler in the draft. But there's more to Milano than just the puck handling. With the puck handling goes puck possession. That's huge. Puck possession is probably one of the bigger stats that a lot of teams look at now. He's comparable to a James Schwartz in St. Louis Blues. He's 6 foot, 185 pounds, and Milano's just I don't know what more to say about it besides just the impressive stick handling and puck possession abilities. He did post a video on YouTube, or the NHL did post a video on YouTube of him with some incredible skills, just playing around with the puck on a stick out in the parking lot of some hotel. But the Blue Jackets are going to get a good player in Milano. He'll definitely take another year or two to develop in the U.S. U.S. development league. I don't know exactly where he's going to go after, but yeah, give him a couple more years.
I think I'm going to try to.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Sorry, my brain is just, I just ate a lot of sugar. And my body is so feel it. They're showing right now, this kid can handle a puck. Okay? And I don't know what he's going to do in the NHL with, but damn it, this kid can't make some kid. And now the Flyers are on it.
The hometown Flyers.
You're all so.
Yep. Mainly for 1975.
Mainly because of the Flyers.
True. This past year in the U.S. Hockey League, he played 25 games, scored 14 goals, 25 assists, plus 21. Plus minus has become quite a number as well in the NHL. I think it's bigger than a lot of people put it, but yeah, I mean, Sonny Milano, puck possession, stick handling. I mean, he'll make a lot of plays. He'll be able to be a good playmaker for the Blue Jackets down the road.
Ouch.
And I feel like I'm running out of things to say, which is bad.
Yeah, I feel like you did that a while ago. I mean, we got a lot of fun. Trying to stretch it up over the podcast.
Just from the musical breaks.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Conway Twitty.
Having technical difficulties typing as well. Okay, send it out some feelers and see if we can get some. Some Buffalo Sabres. I know we're going stir crazy over here. I was expecting. I wasn't expecting. I apologize for that silence.
Apologize for my dead silence.
Dude, well, you're eating and I'm typing, so I guess we're just two different people.
I'm trying to multitask, do both at the same time. Having a horrible
I
time.
think shortly here we will talk about it. So. Talk about it. Why not? It's July. It's not even July. Let's get ahead of ourselves and just start talking about next season. Oh, man. I'm just so bummed out that it's been kind of dull evening.
Quiet, very quiet.
Very quiet, very dull. A lot of talk as usual every year, but just nothing happened this season. So the Flyers are.
So apparently, okay, so they're finally getting up, but apparently the clock ran down on the Flyers and nobody had gotten up. So
Just take the pick.
yeah, but defer them to the 30th pick.
Just defer them.
Here comes Ron Hextall.
See what the Flyers do.
I wouldn't be surprised if if somebody talked during his speech, he just runs up to them, just beats them.
Sir, I need you to do that. For a second.
Oh, all right, excellent. All right, we have a guest coming on. So, new Flyers general manager, Ron Hextall. Actually, it's Paul Holmgren going right now. Probably recognizing the Flyers fans first, saying thank you for coming out. From above, all that goodness and sweetness that you can give to your city. Stub your toe there?
I just stepped on the outlet with my foot.
Ouch.
Okay. All right, so hopefully we will have a guest here in a few minutes to join us on the podcast. Oh, I believe Eddie is. Mike, you there?
I'm here. How are you?
All
All right. Can you hear me now?
Hold on. Is he talking? Is it not potting?
I don't know. Am I here? I'm here. I can hear you.
Hold on 1 second, Mike.
Let me think here. How does it work? Headphones.
Our producer trying to plan this out. We're very we apparently planned poorly for this. Can you at least hear me?
Oh, I can hear you.
Okay.
Got it.
Okay, hold on. He's gonna give me 1 second. He's gonna fix it. This is why we have someone here.
Travis Sanheim just got drafted by the Philadelphia Flyers. Sanheim, defenseman from the Calgary Hitmen.
This is why we have someone here. This is why we have someone here helping us. Because Brady and myself are technologically uninclined.
Sanheim is 6'3", 180 pounds. His stock also just rose fast. He played for Team Canada at the World Juniors. I don't know if it was the under 18s or the actual World Junior. I can't ever remember any of this stuff anymore.
You just got too much knowledge. You
Yeah.
can't remember it.
But Sanheim had something where his points in the first half of the season with Calgary was like 6 points or something like that, and then he scored like 30 points in the next half of the season. So Sanheim had a good combine as well. The Flyers definitely need some help on defense.
We haven't. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
We haven't had much movement, but do something. Is reporting that the general manager of the Minnesota Wild is currently on the phone, and that is interesting because the Wild hasn't its pick. So could Minnesota be trading? I don't know. We usually don't take it for report phone
They're
calls.
trading with Buffalo.
We don't. Apparently, Minnesota wanted that pick according to Jeff Merritt. They wanted Sanheim, so they didn't trade it. It wouldn't make sense why they're on the phone.
All right, Mike just said that he can hear us.
Yeah, Mike. The problem is right now is that we are really bad at our jobs, and we have everything set up except for the audio from the laptop to us. So we can't. I can hear you on the computer, but nobody else can hear you. So we're trying to get that fixed. So I apologize.
I don't know if our producer is here.
I hope so. He went to college for this, so he should know things about it.
Alrighty, let's see if that works. So CD. Have him talk.
Mike.
You got me now?
Oh, we got
Oh,
you.
we do. We got you.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Tyler. This is, like I said, kid went to college to be a producer, so he knows a thing or two. And I said, hey man, I can't hear you. He goes, give me 2 minutes. He runs out and grabs the score and comes back. So thank you. Okay. Joining us now on the 2014 Draft Night live coverage, we're joined by Mike Straw. Thank you for joining us.
You completely like faded out there. That was a terrible introduction.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Did you lose us? Because I think
I lost you.
Okay.
You basically. Joining us now is.
Let me try it. Mike Straw is on the line with us right now. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I mean, I'm tired. I'm busy, but overall, I can't complain.
So, what are your initial thoughts on the Buffalo State picking Sam Reinhart for the second year?
Expected. They've been high on him since day one. So, and then when Tim Murray or Kevin Devine a few days ago says, "Oh, we've been locked on our guy for a couple months," it kind of just set, if he's there, Reinhart's the pick. So I think everybody got all uppity because of the potential of the trade of the #1 pick. So everybody's like, Reinhardt's going to be taken away, just like the first overall pick was taken away, and Sabres fans don't get anything. Buffalo is cursed and all that stuff. And then they get Reinhardt, and it was just kind of like a breath of fresh air. I mean, you got the safest pick, the most surefire. As of now, obviously things can change because everybody thought Grigorenko was a surefire thing too.
As long as they don't break
He can still pan out, but I think they're going in a different direction now because he's not a Tim Murray guy. But I feel like the Reinhardt pick, everybody's happy. I'm happy. I don't see why anybody would be upset about it.
Well, it's interesting too because you look at the draft, and obviously I know you're on Twitter as much as I am, and you see all the talk, all the phone calls, all the reports of the team's going to trade that team, blah blah blah, this and that, and then we actually get to the draft, and the only trade that's happened is the James Neal trade. Is that surprising to you, or is that just kind of a part of the territory?
Not really. It's nothing really surprises me anymore. In the day of in the now current day of Twitter and social media and armchair GMs and everybody, and I'm sitting there, and nothing really surprises me. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I mean, I could read tomorrow that there's a rumor that Sidney Crosby's going to Detroit, and it wouldn't surprise me. Like, again, there's just nothing in sports anymore that the shocking of deals and rumors and everything to me died when Twitter took off. So it's kind of one of those things of like, it's awesome to read about, it's fun, but it's not, holy cow, I can't believe this just happened type of thing.
So piggybacking off of that, what do you think about that deal you mentioned? Is it a good trade? Is it a bad trade?
What do I think about what? I'm sorry?
The James Neal trade.
I love it. Nashville needed scoring. I mean, that's one of the reasons Barry Trotz got fired, because they didn't have scoring, so they fire Barry Trotz and then they go out and get scoring. To not have to give up the 11th pick, which I feel they wasted to begin with, taking Fiala. I mean, they should have traded back for him, and they could have got him in the late teens or early 20s, in my opinion. But to not have to give up a pick for James Neal couldn't have gone better for the Predators. I mean, they gave up what? Hornquist. Ooh, big deal. I'll take James Neal over 4 Hornquists every day.
Mike, what pick in this draft so far has surprised you the most? Was that the Fiala pick, or?
The Fiala pick wasn't a surprise, as more of a WTF are you doing type of pick. Personally, the pick that surprised me the most, I think, was William Nylander to the Maple Leafs. I feel he was the type of player, and I'm actually writing up for Fansided right now my pick grade, because I'm so far behind in my grading that I'm just like, now I'm just going to coast and see what and get it done before the end of the night. But I feel like he's the type of player that I'm not necessarily sure the Maple Leafs should still be going after. He's an offensive-only type of player. He doesn't really trust his teammates. And this is from what I've seen of him, finally, watching game film and stuff up until now for my reports. He doesn't really trust his teammates. He's kind of like, you know what? He's confident that he's the best player on the ice, and he is, in more situations than not, the best offensive talent in this draft. But he doesn't trust anybody. And I don't feel like the Leafs need that, because they had that. I mean, they kind of, in my way, have that with Kadri now. He's gotten better, but I still feel they have that with him. To me, he's another Kadri, and I feel they needed to get away from that. They need to get more they needed a more physical presence rather than a finesse, and I feel like this pick might backfire.
Right.
So looking at what the Buffalo Sabres have done now, what's next for the Buffalo Sabres coming up?
I don't think you'll see any trades. I just feel more teams want to trade back rather than trade up, and I think teams are overvaluing their picks this year for some odd reason.
That seems like every year.
Yeah, but this year I feel like it's more. You haven't seen one pick traded. And usually you at least see 1 or 2 deals. I mean, the James Neal trade, you did not see that pick traded. The 11th pick by Nashville. So it's one of those things where you're used to seeing all these picks deal and get dealt within minutes of the draft starting, and it hasn't happened yet, and I don't think it will happen. I feel like this year, the drop-off in talent between now and, say, the 10th pick of the second round is so slim that teams are just comfortable where they're at. So as far as the Sabres go, I think Murray, who I loved when he announced the pick, he just said, we take Sam Reinhart, and then he left. He's like, we want to thank the greatest hockey fans in the world, blah, blah, blah. I loved it. But I think you might see a deal tomorrow, but other than to maybe acquire a piece to add to cap because of the cap floor, but I don't think you'll see anything major until Tuesday.
Apparently we have a trade right now between the Hawks and the Sharks. My response to that, but the one question I wanted to ask you before we let you go. Tim Murray has been talking about either acquiring a talent guy and or re-signing a guy like Steve Otterman. So what were your thoughts on that?
Hold on, you broke up right at the end. What was that? For some reason, you keep like fading in and out.
Yeah, it's very touch and go at this point. I'll try to make it fast. Murray talked about acquiring a character guy either through trade or free agency. What would be your thought of Steve Otterman Wilson re-signing with the Buffalo Sabres?
I'd love to see them both back. From what I've been told, it's more likely that you see Matt Molson back because Steve Ott wants, for some reason, he wants a lot of money. He's not going to get a lot of money. But Matt Molson knows the Sabres will give him the money he wants, which isn't that bad. It's in the range. It's in the range of $4 to $5.5 million per year.
Well,
Which is
just for the record, sorry to interrupt you, but just for the record, you would not give Steve Ott and Ryan Callahan money.
No. But as far as Molson goes, I'd really like to see. Like I said, I'd like to see them both back. I think Molson does come back. I mean, his family liked the area. He loves the area from when he was here. He liked playing under Ted Nolan. Not many people think anybody want to play under him. He liked playing under Ted Nolan. He was viewed as a locker room leader. He didn't really get that in New York. He was viewed, because of John Tavares. I mean, you were always going to be second fiddle. Right now, he'd be the guy in the organization as far as veteran, offensive talent, can score. You know what I mean? He'd be what the Sabres wanted Drew Stafford to be after he went off on that 30-goal season. That's what he wanted. But that's what Molson would be. I mean, he's not the power forward guy, but he's the guy. And I think that really appeals to him. Sure, he'd have to sit through a couple years of rebuilding, but I think he's okay with that, knowing that he probably believes in what Tim Murray's doing, because he said he's willing to re-sign, and I really think you see something where on July 1st that Matt Molson's back in the blue and gold, and Steve Ott, I think he ends up with a contender.
Well, and if anything, I mean, you look at it, and Steve Ott and Matt Molson were the two guys that seemingly, when they said, hey, you like what's going on in Buffalo, we just know the situation, we know what's going. Those were the two guys that seemed like they were the most honest and most willing to come back. I mean, that's just that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, with Steve Ott, I loved him here. I know a lot of people do. He was a fan favorite, but he just maybe. I mean, you can give him Callahan money, and it's not like the Sabres want to win. So you give him the Callahan money to not produce, but then what do you got? I mean, in 3 years, you sign him for 5 years at $5.5 million. And what do you got there in 3 years when you're good and you have to re-sign potentially Sam Reinhart after his 3-year entry? Because you got to think, I really do end up thinking Reinhart sticks this year. I don't want him to, but I think he does. And then in 3 years, you'll have this contract potentially with Steve Ott when you have Reinhart coming up. And who knows? Maybe you have Ennis coming up. Maybe Ennis gets another short deal now, or Foligno. You know what I mean? You got to kind of think that way, and I feel like Steve Ott just wouldn't fit into what the future holds for the team.
From what it looks like right now, as I mentioned before, the Sharks and Blackhawks are working on a trade. It appears that, according to the Funny says, I think the Sharks are swapping with the Blackhawks to move down, so we'll see what that it appears that they're announcing right now on TV. To find out what's going to happen.
See, now we're starting to see some things go.
Yeah, something's moving. I mean, it's moving parts. This is the fun part about a live podcast.
Oh, it's
kind of stop and just look at the TV.
Yeah, but what's
Just
I just want to see that major blockbuster. But all you got is a swap of picks. You finally see picks traded. So.
In Tim Murray getting back into the first round might not happen because there's not many picks left. Joining us, Mike Straw from Fansided.com and MikeStraw.com. Anything else you want to plug before we let you know?
No, there's nothing. Just Fanside.com. I mean, check that out for all of my grades pick by pick that I'm slowly catching up on, and follow me on Twitter at @VMikeStraw, and because I'm the only one that matters.
Apparently, we were talking with the best in the world, not CM Punk, but Anthony.
Yes, I am the best. I am the best in the world at what I do. I prefer Chris Jericho's line more than.
That's what you want to do. Don't be mad when I GTS you next year in the rest.
Oh, I won't. I'll just run.
Well, hey man, I appreciate your time and have a good night.
Thanks for having me. Talk to you guys soon.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
Ah, man. Okay, so we are back live. As I said, that was Anthony Strong. And actually, I think we have another guest joining us here in a few minutes because everybody that said they wanted to come on the podcast had gone about their ways and had forgotten to join the podcast. So, getting a line of tweets in. So, I'm actually going to send out another invite.
Just to recap.
So you take over what's been happening.
Okay. Yeah, well, we were talking to Mike Straw. There's a couple drafts that happened. Travis Sanheim went to the Philadelphia Flyers at number 17.
When they're
Number
talking,
18, Alex Tuck from the U.S. Under-18 development team was taken. 6'4", 219 pound right winger.
could be his.
Again,
Could
taken
be
by the
good
Minnesota
in
Wild.
NHL.
Great addition by the Wild.
And it
And
could
then
be.
number 19,
I think there's a built-in compressor
Okay.
on this, so when he gets really loud,
Defenseman,
it'll actually do that.
Anthony D'Angelo,
What I
Sarnia Sting of the Ontario
have
Hockey
that
League.
lamp that's over there. I never do that, but I think.
Probably one of the more, I don't know how to say,
Yeah,
underrated
if you can grab that
defensemen. I mean, a lot of people were up and down on Anthony D'Angelo. He was quite often thought of as a late first rounder to second rounder, early second rounder. And he goes at number 19, which is literally right in the middle of the draft. And as Ryan just mentioned, we have a trade. It's nothing of real significance. However, the Blackhawks and the Sharks, they just swap first rounders and then exchange a couple other picks. I think the Blackhawks are getting a pick in the 6th or 7th round this year, and then the San Jose Sharks are getting a early third round pick from the Chicago Blackhawks. The Blackhawks are now up, about to make their pick. Stan Bowman
I saw this
on the
getting
podium.
really hot when they're talking, so I still didn't learn how to control this right here.
With the 20th pick in the 2014 NHL draft, the Chicago Blackhawks are proud to select haven't really announced it yet. We find ourselves too early on these sort of things. But with that pick, they select Nick Schmaltz from Green Bay of the United States Hockey League. Schmaltz, smaller center. He's an incredible playmaking forward. However, there has been some, again, consistency issues. He has 63 points in 55 games with Green Bay this season in the United States Hockey League. Again, another player that needs the time to develop, but in a few years could develop into a good forward for the Chicago Blackhawks.
For everything I see on Twitter right now, it's a lot of people saying that, and like you mentioned, not an easy project, but if he's built the right way. And
The thing about Nick Schmaltz,
I'm trying to think of words that I just.
right? He's a project. He's a project for sure.
He's a project, but if they develop him the right way, he will turn out to be a very good.
He would have been a higher pick if it wasn't this past season in Green Bay. His consistency just dropped off, and especially in your draft year, you really can't afford to have that kind of a year. But nonetheless, give Nick Schmaltz some time. He will develop into something special. I'm pretty sure. I don't remember who Nick Schmaltz is exactly committed to for college, but I don't know if he's either doing college or staying in Green Bay for another year. Who knows? Who knows at this point?
Yeah, it's late. It's late. Even if we did know, we probably wouldn't know.
Right.
So now the 21st pick in the first round of the NHL entry-level draft, the St. Louis Blues are to pick.
Nick Schmaltz is the younger brother of Jordan Schmaltz, and Jordan Schmaltz is, I believe, a prospect of the St. Louis Blues. Yes. So, both American-born players. So, a lot of American-born players actually getting a lot of attention in this year's draft, in the middle round especially. Because you got Dylan Larkin, Sonny Milano, Alex Tuck, and now Nick Schmaltz. So, the American group of players is, America seems like they're catching up pretty quick. Caliber of hockey. So, of course, being from Buffalo in the United States and everything like that, that's always a good sign to see.
That's the people on Twitter sending me some.
What is that about?
I said that it's on a podcast. Got a bit of trying to podcast and enjoy myself.
Oh,
have some fun here.
oh boy.
My phone is going crazy over here. See if I can get on Facebook right now.
I think with the Blues here, I think with the Blues, they could go for a guy like Joshua Hosang or Ivan Barbashev right now. I'd say they're two of the highest prospects still remaining out there. There's also guys like Adrian Kempe, David Pasternak. St. Louis could really go anywhere forward here.
Our guest is somewhere in this area. I'm waiting for him to join the call. I don't know if he's going to be able to because it's any validating terrible app to get on. So hopefully we will be able to.
What's up, man?
Hi.
Hey!
How you doing? I'm trying to. I gotta turn off the video part. That's.
I was going to say, you'll notice really quick, we don't have video here.
I know.
First
Good
off.
God. All right, there we go.
We're sitting away from the computer. We have this massively huge setup.
That's fine. So am I. So we're good now.
Well, the video just ruins it. Because you'll start talking and you'll get halfway through a sentence and it'll just cut you off.
We've also been told that we have the faces for.
Just tell me that when I was
Well, I've heard the same thing. I mean.
Well, hey, it's
No,
nice.
so-
First off, I must say it's nice to be able to talk to you when it's not negative 12 outside. Or drunk.
The worst part of it, and this kind of like goes to the fact that the Amerks and the Sabres need to know shit better, is that game was great. That game was great, and how that has not been put out as like a DVD or some sort of, little thing for some people to buy. Because that game was great, and I spent, you and me spent that entire game just chatting and trying to stay warm because it was cold as shit. And we didn't really watch the game until the end.
Yeah, I know towards the end of the game, I actually, my parents were, oh, hey, we should probably go. It's getting really cold out. I'm like, yeah, we're staying. We walked out, find a goal.
If the Amerks knew what they were doing, they should put out like a DVD about that, the premature thing to do that, getting some ready in some sort of, because that game was awesome, by any measure of it. And then you have Matt Ellis scoring the game-winning goal. So what are you going to do?
Well,
it seems like a great thing that they just haven't taken advantage of, which we can all point to other things. But
the coolest part about that whole situation was that he scored the game, and then they sent him up to Buffalo right after.
Oh yeah, right after that game, right?
They had the Beyond Blue Gold thing about it.
Yeah.
And it was amazing. I mean, that stuff is great, but then they putz around and they don't really do much with it. But.
It just surprised me for them to do something that is really a big deal anywhere else, and then it just turns, and then everybody forgets about it because the Amerks didn't really make a big deal about it, and they should have. They made a big deal about it right up until the game happened, and then afterwards it was like whatever. Which just surprised me. I mean, so you had a sold-out stadium, and it was what, 10 below for the wind chill that day. It was insane.
It was
really fucking cold.
Beyond cold. It wasn't even really fucking cold.
It was really bad.
Oh man.
It was worse than the Ice Bowl in my mind.
The best part is
game was way worse.
You go to Rochester now, you go to see a game at Fletcher Field, you go see the Red Wings play. What the hell was I thinking?
So we got Mike on the call too.
Oh no, Mike's actually was on here before, but
okay.
He has moved on to go do his work because he actually was supposed to be getting work done and then got caught up. And
it happens.
He's behind, so I said, well, hey, why not come join the podcast for a few minutes?
Yeah, I mean, as so long as your sound's good, we're good.
Well, no, the first time actually when it happened was we had this whole thing set up. I was up to 1 in the morning. That's my sister's fiance.
Plus, you might be able to edit it anyway.
Yeah, he produces stuff and he knows what he's doing. So I said, hey, help me out with this.
Oh, okay, well then we're good.
We went to get Mike on, and then I'm sitting here and I'm like talking, but I can't hear anything. And I look over and he's talking through the computer. Yeah, we forgot to do that.
Well, anyways, this will be the I'm making this call in between, one bar to the next bar.
Anyway, I appreciate you taking time out of your busy
No.
to join us.
Can only be so busy here in Maryland, but
Oh. Same thing about us in Western New York. I'm sitting around all day. It's 6 o'clock yet because I have stuff to do.
well, I'm a little jealous. I mean, you guys got Mesquite there, and you guys got, I know you haven't been. Have you been to Mesquite yet?
I have not been able to. I've seen
Yeah, I mean,
videos.
I'm really jealous about that. So, and the fact that Canal Side's turning into an actual thing, getting a little jealous, but I'll be back.
You can always come back and visit and drink a lot.
Of course.
I do want to point out, because this is the I'm just going to forward everybody's blog affiliation out. You do write for Dear God YS Sports, a very good website.
Yes.
DearGodYSSports.com.
Well, thanks.
Yeah, you guys put some great articles up. Sometimes that makes my head hurt. To be honest.
Well, thank you very much, Ryan. I mean, we have a niche. I mean, you'll know within probably 2 paragraphs of reading any article we write whether you're going to like us or not like us. And we're okay with, if you don't like us, that's fine. Just, X out of that little tab and just move on your way, and you'll find something else that you like. But, there's a little, because, I mean, there's, whatever happens when you deal with like 5 dudes who aren't in the field and just want to write and just don't give a shit, I don't know, you kind of deal with that. So, like, there's kids, careers, and we deal with that part of the issue.
I do have to say that the one piece I enjoyed was the one where you talked about Buffalo, leaving Buffalo. That was great.
Well, and I didn't think it. I honestly, when I wrote that piece, and I've said that to a couple of people, I wrote it and I thought to myself, like, this is gonna sound really shitty. The biggest pieces that I think we've had at the Deej have been pieces that none of us think we're worried about it getting any audience. So the audience that piece about leaving got was really surprising. Because, I mean, I didn't expect it to strike that chord. I'm really happy, it was shitty to leave, and I'm not a huge fan of ever leaving a place that I love, but to know that many people are stuck in the same situation, I hope they all know that, it sucks, because you do see the rebirth of Buffalo. You see, the new bars, the soccer bars, you see the growth of the young people in the city, but if you don't have a job yet, you're kind of stuck, so you're in a tough situation. So to know, like, that there is a growth, but it's tough unless you're already in a career. So hopefully there can be kind of a white-collar growth in the city to give that kind of a base. It seems like there's a young base, and then you have that old, you have freaking Palladino and Quinn on the school board, for Christ's sake. I mean,
what do you for you right there?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And you have Byron Brown, who's as empty of a suit as you can possibly get running the city, and so it's a matter of, maybe a guy like pulling cars can get stuff done. So, we'll see. But I didn't expect it to get that big of a following after that post, and I was kind of glad that it did, and just kind of hurt at the same time, because there shouldn't be that many smart people with a lot of degrees that are stuck in Buffalo. And like the defenseman who used to write for us, who used to work at WGR, I mean, he's down teaching in Virginia, so a lot of us, and that's how you end up with a ton of Sabres fans at Phoenix Coyotes games, because we just get kind of run out of town because there's nothing there.
I'll tell you what, that's the one thing that struck a chord with me when you flat out said, hey man, I can get a job anywhere. I want a job here. And
yeah.
They didn't want, there's nothing. I can't get anything.
No, and it's ridiculous. And, like, one funny thing, too, like, I've been living in Buffalo for 3 years before this, and before I moved here a couple months ago, and, like, Sabres games last year, I bought tickets to, like, a Flyers game for, like, $13 a piece, and I was like, no, screw that, not going. don't care. But like as soon as the schedule came out, it was like, oh, Caps Sabres Saturday night. I'm gonna make a day of it. I'm gonna pay like $200 for tickets, beers. Like we're doing this. Like this will be a big deal, and I'm gonna watch the Sabres lose by like 4 goals, and it's gonna be awesome. So I mean, I guess the only way you can really appreciate it is when you're not here.
If you can embrace, I mean, and that's kind of a microcosm of the whole situation. You just said it right there. If you can embrace the fact that the Sabres are bad this next couple of years, I mean, I don't want to sit here and say, yeah, I like the fact that the Sabres losing because it pisses me off. I mean, I'm a Sabres fan to the bone, but here's the thing. They suck. They get guys like Sam Reinhart.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, hey, that may have been worth it.
No, and then to move into that conversation, like the worst part is over. It really is. I mean, the worst season that we had to watch is over.
Well, don't forget to mention it is the worst season in Buffalo Sabres history statistically.
Oh, by far. I mean,
anything in general is terrible.
Yeah, I mean, and just the guys on the ice. I mean, you're just dealing with shitheads, and anybody that we wanted to have hope in was not on that roster outside of Gergensen's, really. I mean, outside of Ristolainen playing accordingly, and when McCabe came up, you have that. And, you know, Ehrhoff might have a couple of years left, but, I mean, you know as well as I, the guys who were in Rochester, the guys who were in juniors, the guys that we want to see. So now it's just going to be an issue of a couple of those guys are going to come up, and they're still going to be bad, but they're going to be like how the Avs were bad a couple of years ago. I mean, you're going to have something to be hopeful about, I think, even though they're going to be bad still.
It's like you said, being bad with hope. You'll see Ristolainen get turned around and someone will score a bad goal, but you say, hey, that's probably not going to happen a lot. Or if it happens to Mike Weber, you're going to say, hey, that's going to happen at least once a game.
Last year, you just had guys that were not supposed to be in the NHL. And I mean, not just in the fact that they were young, just guys that they were fucking grown. They were grown men who this is their career, this has been their job for 20 years, and they can't do it. They're just not cut for it.
I must say, Big John, I'm not really sure what you're doing.
I mean,
if you hang up on me,
I cannot believe for the life of me, and this goes off, this is where the conversation goes off the rails a little bit, and I'll bring it back on. Okay. But I just can't believe for the life of me that the marketing department decided to make something of him. That is unbelievable. What they should have done, by any rate, is make shirtsies for guys that weren't even on the roster. They should have made shirtsies for Zadorov. They should have made shirtsies for Ristolainen. They should have made shirtsies for any McCabe. They should have sold Wisconsin shirtsies for McCabe. 44, Wisconsin, big W. They should have sold those in the locker room. But instead, you sell it for the not just, your fighter, your Paul Cruz, your Rob Ray, your Andrew Peters, your guy who fits one niche. That's fine. Like, whatever. There's a fan for every guy on that team. I liked when Peters went out there during the Ottawa fight in 07. The problem is when that guy is playing power play minutes and is playing in the second last shift of the game with the lead and is like he's out there. He's getting actual minutes. Like, he's playing 9 minutes. And I know the numbers didn't, the numbers ended up evening out. But you'd see him play 7 minutes a game, 8 minutes a game, 9 minutes a game. He'd get those minutes. And then Nolan would just bench him for a game, and that's fine. But as well as I, he was out there a decent amount of the season, and it was really, really stupid. He got more minutes than Grigorenko for a while when he was here.
When John Scott is playing on your first power play and you're trying to good try.
And that's one of those things. It's not like, I don't know if you saw the TSN thing about the tank for Lemieux. Yeah. And back when the draft was set up the way it was the NFL draft, you finish last, you get the first pick, that's it. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. But here it just made no sense. I mean, you finish dead last, you only have a 25% chance of the first pick. That's it. You don't have it. Like even next year. And
Well,
that's
not to mention, sorry to cut you off, but not to mention, you look at past years, you're dead last in the league. You're not getting the first pick. That's just how it works.
Exactly. It usually does work against you because there's a 3 chance out of 4 that you're not going to get the pick. And honestly, if it works out, and I think next year it's going to be the same thing. Even if we finish dead last, correct, our worst chance is picking second.
Correct.
Right? Because they only change the odds next year.
I think it's going down to 19 or 20%, but still, I mean, that's...
No, and that's not a big deal. I mean, like I said, we only had a 25% chance of landing the first pick, so we have now a 20% chance of landing the first pick, but we only moved back 1 slot. Okay, so for the last year, we've known 2 guys at the top. So, I mean, we're going to be okay. That's the thing. I mean, everybody's going to get, going, woe was us, but we're basically going to be in a spot like picking first in 2 drafts. When you think about it, you get McDavid, who's a number 1 pick in any other draft, and we're going to end up with Eichel. Maybe if we end up last, we end up with Eichel, a number 1 pick in any other draft. So I don't really see what the worry is.
I mean,
We might end up with 3 teams in the lottery. So,
I think that if it even happened where the Sabres ended up having 2 or 3 picks in the lottery,
I want to win with that Islanders pick. I want Murray. I want Murray to give one of those, F you, and just win it with the Islanders pick.
I think we would have a parade around downtown Buffalo where Tim Murray just drove around his truck with his middle finger hanging out the window.
Your top 2 guys. Your top 2 guys are McDavid and tonight's guy. Shit.
Sam Reinhart.
Yeah.
Hey,
exactly.
you're totally fine.
No, and I'm not actually drunk. I'm just kind of excited.
Well, hey, I want to ask you one more question before I let you go.
Sure.
I do appreciate the time because we've had a great guest, so I'll have to have you back sometime. But we actually have a topic to talk about, not just whatever. Sam Reinhart goes 2nd overall. What are your reactions?
I'm thrilled about it. I mean, that's the guy I wanted, and I would have liked Ekblad too. If something had happened and if Vancouver had traded up and somebody had grabbed Reinhart first, I warmed to the idea of getting your Shea Weber, your Chris Pronger, your guy, even though we are stacked with guys who've been described like that for the last 2 years. And I think our defense is one thing that we are not going to have to worry about for the next decade. But to get Reinhart, I'm very happy. I think it's the best guy that we could have gotten. I think everybody who panicked when Florida got the first pick got to eat a little crow on that because we got the guy we wanted, and we knew it all year. And I think we're going to, 1 year from now, he might still be better than who we end up with. If we don't get McDavid in the next draft, I think we're going to look at Reinhart as our guy, and I think with him, Gergensons, and this crew, we're still going to be good. And I think everybody should save their livers for the 2019 parade down Delaware, so we can just drink a lot.
Well, hey, if that's the case, we'll have to bring you back on for that.
Well, I hope to be back on before then, but thank you.
Well, hopefully, I'm hoping so. I mean, it's great because I started meeting all you guys through Frank, and then everyone started to kind of space out. I'm like, oh, okay. I guess I'll have to use it instead of Twitter.
No, I mean, no. I met like I've said on my post before, and obviously I doubt this is recorded, but no, I met most of this. Like, I read the Deej first, and then I just emailed Scott, hammered, like, and said, hey, I want to write for you guys. Like, I like to drink too. I like to get hammered and yell about the Bills. Like, awesome. and they took me on without ever meeting me. And then the first time I met Barrister, the first time I met Dubs was Winefest. I just showed up. Like, he was like, yeah, just come on. We haven't met yet, but come on over. And I was just terrified. I'm like, what? And he's actually a really awesome dude. So obviously, I just kind of hang out with those guys whenever I get a chance, and it's been really fun. I mean, and also little things like Straw I used to hate, obviously.
You don't have him on the line anymore.
Well, a couple of things. One, don't make up Twitter followers. Two, don't call me out for swearing on a fucking blog. Like, come on, man.
Isn't that what blogging podcasts are for?
Well, I know. No, I know. It was. We found out, like, he wrote after when I ended up doing the first Sabres. What was it? The camp. When I ended up doing camp, I got media access for camp. And I did a full, like, that's where I ripped on Harrington. That's where I did full on, like, make fun of this guy, make fun of this guy, like, kind of a dead spin within the walls type of post. And then we ended up figuring out that it was Mike who ended up saying, like, dude, why are you doing this? Like, blah, 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 blah. And, it's all behind us. Like, I'm like him now, but we ended up we ripped on him a lot like a couple of years ago. But it's one of those things, like, like some people try to do it to get in the biz, and that's fine. But some people try to do it just because they want to, stir the pot and have a comment, kind of like what you do and what we do.
We're all here just to start shitting on each other.
Yeah, I mean, like our audience, like what our audience is. Our audience is just like we're just guys who aren't. I think the benefit of our audience is at least we're not fighting for an audience because we're not interested. There's nobody who's trying to advance a career because we're all career people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just to the point where, like, I want to be a journalist, but I'm not going to finish college and move a job in a dying field, my friend. I'll do this.
Don't get me wrong. I am really jealous about a lot of what you do, just because, like, last year when, like, because I mean, obviously I had the invite also to the games, but like when you would be at games and post your pictures from the press box and like be down there and be actually in there, I was pretty jealous. I still am. Like,
it's just great.
Kind of think I was fucking there, and I'm like, I could have done it. I'm like, I could have just fucking got in my car and like done the same thing, and I'm like, I didn't take it because I think to myself, I'm like, they put their, to give one of the access was a big fucking thing for them, and
they're only there's only a couple teams in the whole league that do that.
I know.
So the fact that they let us do it.
Well, I know. Philly's pretty good. Philly's pretty good, I think, with that too.
Yeah.
Because what Philly does with their everyday press announcement is that they not only include their papers, which is what Buffalo does, but they include what every blog is saying in their, pregame press handout. Which I think is really cool.
If that happened in Buffalo, a few Buffalo news members would have.
Well, but the thing is, they all read it anyways.
Yeah.
I mean, like if Matty Weir or if I come out with something on a game day, like they're gonna read it. It's just it's not gonna be like pushed by the team, obviously. And the fact that we were invited there was kind of a big deal in the first place. The only issue was two things. I mean, I didn't want to go down there and I wasn't gonna ask the questions, so I didn't want to like look like a guy that was just using it to get in and stir the pot. And the second thing was like, dude, can't drink, gotta like make a work day out of it. Like our entire deal is like, dude, the team sucks, man. It's a Tuesday night. Like, I'm not gonna get in my car, drive down there, and do this.
Well, I guess I shouldn't tell you how far I drive to go to the game. So.
No, I know you drive really far. You're in Rochester, right?
Yeah, I'm about an hour.
Yeah, I know. But number one, you're good at what you do. Number two, you want to do it. So, I mean, I don't really worry about it.
Well,
So what do you think about what do you think? While I got you here, what do you think about the Sox this season?
Don't even get me started.
You,
Who-
you
who- who-
I got the game. I got the game on right now. I really like.
Do me a
I
favor.
paid the $50 for the.
Oh, you
full
can
season
watch it on
access.
LBTV. I would be watching it right now on my laptop, but I've got the draft on.
Oh, you're not missing much. It's a 6-0 loss right now in the 8th inning to the Yankees.
I'm just to the point now where they're gonna get rid of everybody and call it the kids and just call it a season because I don't
Like,
suffer.
Do you agree with like this concept? And I thought this last year, and I didn't want to say it because like the Red Sox is the big money team, and the Red Sox were no longer the underdogs ever. But my thought is, if last season, let's say, a terrorist bomb goes off in Kansas City, and the Royals just make a run to the World Series, it's pretty much that. Because nobody on this roster is that good.
I mean, the Red Sox.
We had a bunch of character. Go ahead.
They had a lot of character guys, like you said. But it just seemed like they rallied around themselves and just said, "Let's do this." And
Yeah.
You can tell now because I mean, Victor Vino's been shut down. Neil Brooks has been shut down. Who knows?
Everybody had the best moments of their career. You had
Jared Saltalamacchia is in Miami. Johnny Gomes is garbage. Jack Fritz Jr.
and then look at last season and look at those guys. Look at Nava hitting the home run the day after the game.
Look at Nava
the game after the bombing. Look at Victor
Nava hit 303 last season.
Yeah, I know. Like Napoli with the home run against the Yankees. You look at Carp with the grand slam against the Rays. You look at these games,
yeah,
and you just start thinking like, it was a miracle season.
Ortiz hit that grand slam in the ALCS.
And the only reason it's not treated as like a miracle season is the fact that it's the Red Sox and people and it's a bad complaint. Don't get me wrong.
If it was, I mean, it's
But if it was like the Royals that had that season come together, it'd be celebrated for 50 years.
You would sit there and you would say, "Oh man, they're expected to be bad, so they're good."
Because here we have a bunch of guys that never should have accomplished anything. I mean, that was a stopgap year. I mean, you look at that roster, it's the same as the roster now, almost. Yeah. You just have aging dudes, underachieving dudes, and young guys that, stopgaps. So, what are you going to do?
Exactly. You're gonna pay the price this season for
and they win over 100 games and they're the best team in the league, and somehow they kind of win the World Series going away. So
the only thing I can hope for is that they're crap this year, and then next year they just do the same thing that the Giants did, where they just great, bad, great.
No, I think they'll be okay. I think they'll be okay. It's a weird spot because, they've got
to change some things. That's for sure.
What it reminds me of is when the Sabres almost made the playoffs in 2011. Like, they should have blown up the team 2 years ago, but something happened where everybody thinks we got the right pieces and we'll be okay.
Yeah.
And you find out that no, you're not going to be okay. The difference being that the Sabres just lost in the first round and the Red Sox won the World Series. But you know what I mean. Like, they think that they can ride that Red Sox team out. And that was just like a miracle season. Like, these guys are never going to perform, ever, to what you think they are. You have Ortiz at 250. You have Napoli at 230. Like, you're never going to do it. It's just never going to happen.
It's going to be a very long season.
Yes, and that's okay. Like I said,
if you look at last year, you watch those videos, and you say, "Oh."
Hey, I bought the Nesson one, and I have obviously the MLB one. So I have to, and I'm going. I bought my stepdad tickets for a game in Camden. In September.
I want to get out to Camden sometime.
Oh God, I can't wait. I went to a game there with the defenseman Corey a couple of weeks ago, and it was amazing. Like that whole area is great because it's not just the stadium. There's bars like right out there that everybody goes to, and obviously the stadium is amazing. It's the best I've been in. So rave about that. But so I'm looking forward to that. But I can't wear my this fucking team shirt for that. You know, I can't really wear that out.
I walk around Western Europe with my "This is our fucking city" t-shirt. People just stare at me like I don't know.
Oh, I love it. I love those shirts. I'm just eventually, and I figure, you know what? I'm 30. It's about time I man up and I either get myself an Ortiz real jersey, or I get like a hoodie or something like legit. Because I have enough T-shirts. Like I gotta get something real. I gotta get like, and I'm thinking probably an Ortiz just white home jersey is probably the way to go.
They'll retire his number someday, so it's not going to be one.
Oh, of course they are.
But
No, they're.
I guess at this point I will free you.
No, I'll let you go too, and I'll wander down in the local watering hole and
enjoy yourself. Have a few brews. Have a good night.
It's been great, and let me know whenever we want to bitch about the Sabres too. I think it's been a quality conversation.
Brady and I like to talk shop a lot about the Sabres, so certainly.
Hey, well, let me know whenever you want me to call it, because the funny thing is, like, honestly, I didn't know shit about I wouldn't know dick about the draft if it wasn't for just following everybody out all season. I'm one of those people. I'm like, all right, everybody else is going to tell me who I like. You know who I don't like? I don't like Dasani. I know there's an L at the end of his name, but I'm going to call it Dasani because it looks like it. So fuck that guy.
Are you talking about Draisaitl?
I was not on board because anybody who just pops up in the last 5 minutes, like you guys have been talking about this draft for literally a year.
Yeah.
And this guy pops up in the last 4 weeks. No, I'm not going to be impressed. Like, it's like there's like that one. It reminds me of the NBA draft where that one guy that the Bucks drafted a couple years ago, where all his video was him dribbling around chairs. Like that one Chinese guy, and his whole thing is just moving around chairs.
It's like last night when the Raptors got their first pick, and everyone was like, "There's no video, there's no stats for this guy. Who is this guy?"
Yep, exactly. I'm like, oh, okay, this guy I've never heard of is suddenly like, oh my god, I want to get him at the second pick, and I was just like, okay, you guys all settle down, watch a couple too many YouTube videos. Like, how about we just get the guy that we know is really good, Reinhardt, the best guy in the world, the best forward available in the world.
Hockey comes smart guy from a hockey family. I mean,
exactly. I mean,
this
isn't like Soviet Russia. I mean, it's like this guy is behind a paywall. We don't know who he is. I mean, we know he is the best guy in this draft. And everybody needs to kind of like think to themselves. And it's a Buffalo thing, but everybody needs to think, no, we got the best guy. We got the best guy. It was not hard. It's not
the last thing I think
if Reinhardt was gone, we would have. Then there's a debate, but Reinhardt was the obvious number one forward out of everybody who was a forward.
Well, and this is one last thing I want to mention to you, because I'm sure you will agree. People need to, I mean, there's time and a place for it, but people need to cut it out with that because it's Buffalo shit. It's getting old. Like, oh, hey, we're the worst team because it's Buffalo, or we got screwed because it's Buffalo. No.
No, I mean,
do a little more research and realize that we're not going to win the draft lottery because we're the worst team because it's happened 4 times.
Well, and that's bothered me for a while. I mean, that bothered me when we lost the lottery the first time. I mean, dude, just fucking learn numbers. Learn numbers. The odds, like it's going to happen in a year.
When it's at 4
the fact that we're just going to drop, back one amount. Let's say we finish last. The fact that it's going to be like a 77% chance that we don't win the lottery, and then when we don't, it's going to be because
it's hashtag because it's Buffalo.
Oh, it drives me nuts because people don't know the freaking numbers. Yeah, we have the best chance to win the lottery.
Absolutely.
But that doesn't mean shit. Just look
Like I
at
said, you don't even. It's not even as hard as crunching numbers.
And
Just
if
go
you're-
back. Just look at a table from the Hockey News that says, "This is the worst team. This is who won the draft lottery. This is who picked first." Tell
And
me how
what-
many times the worst team picked first.
And what we should do next year is, and I know it's going to be the exact opposite in the media.
Just start tasing.
The media is going to be full on McDavid. The problem what they should be is, here's Eichel. Learn about Eichel, because the worst thing that happens is you get Eichel. McDavid goes first, you get Eichel. That should be what everybody is saying. Like,
It's like,
hey,
you know,
we're going to be
it's
the
something like-
shittiest team in the league. Eichel or McDavid, because
Well, it's
the
like-
changes in the draft aren't going to bump us. If we finish dead last, we're not going to get bumped to 3. So we get one of those two guys. So what the
Well,
hell
that's what I
is the
told
problem?
Brandon earlier. It's oh man, it could be a push, but I got a Ferrari. It's like, okay, what are you bitching about? Like today, we didn't get Ekblad, but we got Reinhardt. What's the big deal? There's not a big deal.
Reinhardt was the guy we wanted all along. I mean,
Exactly.
that's the hilarious thing. The only thing was the Ekblad push came from a lot of. I mean, yeah, he was the best guy, the best overall prospect in the draft. But a year ago, we wanted Reinhardt. When we started tanking, we wanted Reinhardt. The entire thing was Reinhardt. So what the hell?
I just hope we get to the point where it's not all about in January we hear about Connor McDavid.
Well, I think it's gonna happen too, because I mean I can see us like being in the bottom 5, come like January, and then obviously things are gonna get annoying again because people are gonna be cheering against them every chance they get, and I don't like that, but I understand it. It'll be the same thing that I bitched about last year. It's weird. I'm old. I don't know. Like, it's going to be tough because I do want them to land one of those two guys, but I want them to I'm going to want them to beat the Bruins. I don't know. Like, it's going to be a weird season to try and, like, deal with that.
It's going to be a very tough season, but you know what? If you look at it like even this
If
year,
they land McDavid or Eichel, I'll be fucking thrilled. And if they can finish dead last, they'll have it.
hindsight is always 20/20 for sure, but you look at it and you think to yourself, well, I mean, this year with the worst team in hockey, you got one of the best players coming in the draft, so.
I'm very thrilled. I mean, it's going to be very exciting, and I really hope. I'm trying to think. I mean, they should they throw him out there? I think they should. I mean, every top pick gets thrown out there. McKinnon got thrown out there. Everybody gets thrown out there. But I mean, we're not getting much of a supporting cast. I mean, what's he going to have on his line? His line's going to be Stafford and garbage. I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. Well, hey. Thanks,
No,
man.
I'll let you go. It's getting
I was
late.
gonna say I'm gonna make sure. Yeah, I'm gonna let you go because it's almost 10 o'clock.
Yeah, let me know. We'll check. We'll
I
chat
think
again.
I actually think what I'll do since we talked for I think almost 40 minutes here, I'm going to edit this out and I'll throw it as a separate podcast after so I can share it back with you.
All right, cool. Give me the link and I'll feed that on Dubs and we'll do that.
I certainly appreciate it.
And I'll give it to you. Awesome.
Yeah, you send me the link of the podcast we just did again, please.
No, and like I said, I'll forward it to Dubs and we'll put it on our site and we'll share it with you.
And I'll share your website. Like I said, it's DearGodWhyUsSports.com. Good talking to you.
Thank you very much, man.
Tweets. Thanks again, man. Have a good night.
You have a good night, Ryan. I'll see
Thanks,
you.
I appreciate it. See ya. Okay. We're back to the podcast. It was a very long interview. It was awesome. A lot of fun. I'm not sure if he's still with us because it still says he's hooked up, but
No, he's gone.
great if you would.
Yes.
Please, before we get, actually, hold on. I will announce this trade and then I will let you catch us up on what happened.
Sounds good.
I do apologize that we got you a little bumped out there. But,
Oh, that's fine. No problem.
hey, interviews on the podcast are always fun. So right now, Gary Bettman is announcing that the Tampa Bay Lightning are trading the 28th overall pick, which was acquired from the New York Rangers in the Marty St. Louis Ryan Callahan trade. It appears that Tampa is sent 28 to the Islanders for picks 35 and 57. And we have 3 picks left.
3 picks left. There's still a pretty good crop of players still out there. Let's recap. So we left off on the Chicago Blackhawks. They made the trade with the San Jose Sharks to move up to 20. They took Nick Schmaltz from Green Bay. I don't know if we covered that or not. I can't remember at this point. But with the 21st pick, the St. Louis Blues selected Robbie Fabry, a center from the Guelph Storm, who was the Ontario Hockey League's player of the playoffs when the Guelph Storm made it all the way to championship and they won. With the 22nd pick, Kasperi Kapanen, son of Sammy Kapanen, was taken by the Pittsburgh Penguins. At number 23, Connor Bleakley from the Red Deer Rebels, the captain of the Red Deer Rebels, was taken by the Avalanche. At 24, the Vancouver Canucks selected center Jared McCann from the Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds. At 25, the Boston Bruins selected David Pasternak, the left winger from Södertälje from the Swedish Second-Tier League. At the 26th pick, the Montreal Canadiens selected Nikita Sherbak, the Russian right winger from Saskatoon Blades, the Western Hockey League. And most recently, the San Jose Sharks, from the trade with Chicago earlier, selected Nikolai Goldobin from the Sarnia Sting of the Ontario Hockey League. So lots and lots of action happened while we were away.
While we were talking with Matt from Dear God YS Sports. I'll tell you what, it's been a fun night.
Yeah, it's been fun. It's been quick, surprisingly. They're quicker than the NBA draft last night. I mean,
well, they're. I don't understand the NBA draft because I'll tell you what, you draft a guy, then 5 minutes later you trade him for 5 other guys. I don't get it.
yeah, I don't get that either. But yeah, I mean, just no real big trades besides the James Neal trade. I mean, it's all been just picks, swap of picks. The Islanders just getting the 28th pick, going back to the first round, trading with the Tampa Bay Lightning. It appears that they're going to draft Joshua Hosang from the Windsor Spitfires. There's a couple of tweets saying that the Islanders are moving up to get Hosang.
Which would be sad because a lot of Buffalo Sabres fans were hoping last week, as I pointed out in the previous conversation, to get the flavor of the week, if you will. And Joshua Hosang became the flavor of the week for Buffalo Sabres fans. And at this point, it appears as if he is going to be in New York Islanders, which for them is great. I mean, they're getting back up to get more of a goal to try to avoid giving Sabres a high pick. But at this point, I mean, who knows what's going on. I assume we're going to hear from Tim Murray that there was just nothing there. If it doesn't appear, there's nothing. We've had 2 trades all night that involve draft picks. I mean, there's not much more. There's not much more than that. I mean, it's 2 picks, two trades that involve picks. One involved a player before the draft, and then another. Nothing really happened. Nothing happened. My brain is already spinning in my head.
Yeah, I mean,
I thought we would nail this one out of the park, man. I thought we had so much to talk about, and then.
Yep, the Islanders just selected Joshua Hosang. So Hosang is off the board, not available for the Buffalo Sabres at 31, and it appears more and more likely that the Buffalo Sabres are not going to trade up with the Kings or the Devils to get back in the first round. It just doesn't make sense because you're only 3 picks away from picking first in the second round and then having a pick at 39 and then 49. It really doesn't make sense unless that player that you really, really want at 31 is not going to be there. Maybe you trade up with the Devils and just swap. I don't know, but it just to me it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's possible. But right now, it sounds like that we're going to have a very uneventful evening. We've got some more stuff to talk about. The first round went a lot faster than that. It's 10:01 Eastern time. And as Bill Hobby, another thing about him, the only Times, he says that Hosang off the board could wind up being still in the draft. And I'll tell you what, he probably will be, just because. And the kid, he's outspoken. He does things his own way, and if you don't like it, he doesn't care. And that's a lot of the problem. He's flat out said it before. It's because I'm another African American kid with an opinion.
Right. What the heck?
And you see biggest loss of the draft.
Thanks, NBC. Thanks. Go to NHL Network.
NHL Network. I just went from DirecTV to cable. I'm so lost. But let's go to channel 215, and then there's news channel.
Yep, there it is. Joshua Hosang.
Joshua Hosang drafted by the New York Islanders. He'll probably be in New York as well because, like we said before, the Islanders are.
Right, and
Wow.
oh
Okay.
boy,
I got some fun here. Some fun.
yay! There we go.
Somebody asked on Twitter, to Sam Reinhart, what player do you want to model your game like? And he says, I would try to learn from Jonathan Davis. The interesting thing is, a lot of people have compared his game to Jonathan Davis.
Right.
So that's fun. That's good news. Don't say we're getting Jonathan Davis. You know, it could be. So it is 10:02. We'll recap. The Buffalo Sabres drafted Samson Reinhart.
We should give away another bottle opener right now.
I think I did. A little
You already
while.
did?
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm just giving them away now.
Oh, okay, cool.
Gave one away to a gentleman from Georgia. I'm still waiting for 2 responses. Another lady on Twitter. I gave one away to. And a good segue for that one. Tonight's 2014 draft that has been presented to you by Buffalo Bottom Draft Creator. Follow them on Twitter at the Puck Opener, and check them out on Facebook, facebook.com/Buffalo Bottom Draft. Like I said before, it's a great product, very useful. See, I haven't had the opportunity to talk to the man who created to create the product. We want to get him on a podcast at some point in time. I'm sure it won't be a problem. But my guess is when we ask him why he created this product, it would probably be something along the lines of, I'm from Buffalo, I like beer, Buffalo sports fans like beer, so this is a kind of a no-brainer. And as I say that, the NHL Network is cranking bet, so it's a blast.
Thanks, NBC Sports Network.
Thanks, Obama.
Well, as I'm saying that, then you just said it, and it took me right a second, and it's just like, did you just say what I think you just said? And you did.
Thank you for asking. Okay, the pick is in for the Los Angeles Kings, so picking 29th. Normally they pick 30th, but because the New Jersey Devils are cheaters.
Well, with this pick, I mean, there's still some really good names out there.
Yeah.
Brendan Lemieux is still out there. Ivan Barbashev is still out there.
That's the one thing about the Sabres tomorrow. They're going to get a damn good player again.
Yeah, and I mean, let's see who's still out here. And I just hold on. The guys that are still out there are Adrian Kempe. There's Roland McCown, Jack Doherty, Brendan Lemieux. There's Ryan McInnes. There is Ivan Barbashev. So this is going to be interesting to see who's going to get picked with these last two picks, because the Sabres are going to have a plethora of good names at 31 to pick from when tomorrow at 10 a.m. comes around.
Oh man, it starts with
10 o'clock in the morning.
listeners in the radio land will answer me a question now. So when is the earliest time to start?
11 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm not weird.
I got to work tomorrow at like 11:30, so unfortunately I won't be able to.
From the same group of guys.
Elliot Friedman.
When's he doing?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. It's just I don't know.
Did I hear what I thought?
Yeah.
It's a very great. Oh,
yeah, that's why.
Talking about Joshua Hosang, they shit on me too. Okay, that's what he did. Okay.
All right, that's fine. I thought there was something big there because it's Elliot Friedman, but what?
Sam Reiner said he's a huge soccer fan of Argentina. Oh, okay. We're gonna have a new friend.
Yay!
I need you to take over the podcast for a few minutes.
All right, sounds good. I sure will. Okay. Well, besides Garth Snow dropping that S-bomb on TV, The LA Kings are up. Dean Lombardi is about to make his choice at number 29. There's nothing really right now on who they're going to pick. I believe they're going to take. I think they're going to take the Cubs here. I think they could either go with Roland McCown or Jack Doherty. Doherty's another United States prospect. And let's see, with the 29th pick.
Let me get my radio voice.
With the 29th pick, we choose Pixelation from Time Warner Cable.
With the 29th pick in the 2014 NHL Draft, the Los Angeles Kings select Adrian Kempe from Moto.
I think you're hired to do a voice for our podcast.
Live from our living room.
Live from New York. It's Saturday night. Never do that again. I'm going to punch myself in the face for doing that.
Live from our living room. This is Sabres Hockey Central Podcast, which we still haven't named yet.
It's a cave. No name. No name.
We got to name it eventually. Come on.
Someday we will. Not today. Someday that day is not today.
So Adrian Kempe. So the Devils have the last pick at 30. And there are a lot of really, really interesting names out there. I'm honestly hoping Ivan Barbashev does not get taken by the Devils here, because if he doesn't, that would be my first pick in the second round. Barbashev is a good two-way centerman. Russian, but you know what? Who cares? He's very fast. He's very skilled. I think that would be a perfect excellent addition if the Sabres are able to pick up Barbashev with the last pick. Brendan Lemieux is also available, but I think Brendan Lemieux might go to the Devils here, going to his dad's former team.
Uh-oh.
We'll see. What's going on?
My Google Plus stopped working.
Oh, no.
Shit. I'm just trying to add a friend so we can have another chat before we call it a night, but
Are we still even podcasting right now?
Yes, we're still podcasting. And actually, we fixed the problem because Tony's fired. I'm kidding. He's not fired. We just didn't click a button, so we've been kind of picking up from the room. We've just been talking really loud the whole night.
Oh, well.
And we've had microphones in front of our faces. It's a learning experience. We have to do this again. We'll redo the draft.
We're doing the free agency one.
We'll just redo the draft. All right,
we'll be here till 3 in the morning then.
That way we can just go through it really fast.
Yeah, there we go. Let's see. Adrian Kempe, 6'2", 187 pounds.
Whoa. Okie dokie. Okay, I guess I will go add our final guest maybe final guest, maybe not final guest. I'm not sure yet. I still have to send out a few questionnaires to see if people still want to talk. And apparently, in the non-hockey world at this point, Dante Whitner is talking shit to everybody. Tell me when you're surprised. Apparently, he's getting in a Twitter war with Sammy Watkins.
Oh boy, lovely.
Back to hockey, though.
Yeah, back. Back to hockey. Maybe Garth Snow will get fired for what he said about.
It's after 10 o'clock. We can say whatever we want now.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah.
Don't say the C word.
Okay, I won't say that word. I won't. Yeah, I won't say that. That's just kind of disrespectful. Whatever. Anyways, so, reviewing here, the Islanders, or the Buffalo Sabres are going to have quite a few players available if...
Nobody.
Depending on who gets picked at number 30. Some of the names that are out there are Roland McCown, there's Ivan Barbashev, Ryan McInnes, Brendan Lemieux, John Quenneville. Let's see, who are some of the other significant names here? That's just a few. But let's just wait for what the Devils are going to do. Apparently, they have made their pick.
Apparently,
It is
my
in.
TV. I don't know what the hell's going on, man. Hold on, let's listen to this really quick.
TV cannot compute.
That's awesome.
Oh God, that's great.
Oh man, Garcino's a dumbass.
All right.
What the hell is? What is going on with the damn TV? The damn TV. Time Warner Cable sucks.
Okay, so Bob McKenzie's best available players right now. Oh, the Devils are up. Let's see who the Devils select with their last pick.
Xbox, watch TV.
Our guest has joined us, but we will wait for the TV to stop pixelating and this creepy man to get off the television.
They are. Wow, this is.
It's trying to get me on Nickelodeon.
This
I don't
is
wanna watch
unbearable.
Nickelodeon. Oh my God.
Okay, so the Devils select John Quenneville from the John Quenneville from the Brandon Wheat Kings of the Western Hockey League. So, with that in mind, the Sabres have a lot on their plate tomorrow. They have a few good players available. They got Ivan Barbashev from the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League from Moncton. They also have Roland McCown, defenseman from Kingston of the Ontario Hockey League. They also got Brendan Lemieux available from the Barrie Colts of the Ontario Hockey League. But now we're going to go to our guests, apparently, right?
Yes. We are joined now by Tom.
Hello.
Hey, do me a favor really quick. Just so we don't lose audio quality, shut your video off. If you go to the top of the screen, hit the video button. That way it'll make sure we don't lose your audio.
Give me a second here.
I don't know what you're doing.
There we go. All right.
Okay, we got you now. First off, I must say welcome.
Thank you.
I appreciate you joining us because it's the first hour and a half of this podcast was painful because we were like, yeah, man, Sam Reinhart, and then we ran out of stuff and we're like, yeah, maybe Tim Murray will. It's kind of sad here, and I went, oh, now what? But
well,
certainly thank you for joining me and joining Brayton as well.
I'm surprised you guys didn't talk about the whole NHL modifying the draft. So, because like Vancouver today made a whole bunch of moves that were like, okay, we're going to go for McDavid too. And it seems like the whole tanking thing is catching on, and now the NHL's like, no.
Well, the thing about it that I'm gonna have to shut this off because this is running like dog shit. The thing that I don't understand, and maybe it'll make more sense once it's official, is that they're lowering the odds next season. They want to lower the odds next season, and the year after, the top 3 picks will be determined by a lottery. So that's what I saw, but again, I'm trying not to get myself too built up about it because it could just be a bunch of people talking a bunch of crap on the internet. Which, if you know the internet like I know the internet, it's a bunch of shit.
Sorry, my girlfriend and my sister are listening in the background.
And participating.
We certainly appreciate it.
You know what? This type of thing was a bit overdue. I mean, look what Edmonton had the first pick, and what have they done with it?
Well, that's just because their general manager is crap. But I know I get what you're saying about Edmonton because they had it for 3 straight years, and you're trying to create some sort of competitive balance, and you want to say, hey, Buffalo, or hey, Florida, or hey, Edmonton again. Just because you guys suck doesn't mean we're going to hand you anything. I think that's all they're trying to do because, I mean, let's be honest. If the Sabres wanted Connor McDavid bad enough, I'm sure they would find a way to contract 25 17-year-olds to put on the ice and just watch them get the crap kicked out of them for 82 games. That would be, and you know what? It would probably happen because something like that would have to happen for them to drastically change the rules. But I think the change is good. I just hope that everyone in Buffalo stops acting like it's
Yes, I want some more.
what's the word? The NHL does not have it out for Buffalo. Is what I'm trying to say. They're trying to make it seem like that.
Well, yesterday on the way home, I'm thinking like, yeah, they have it out for us because like, oh, Buffalo's gonna get the next Crosby, the next they're considering him like the next a generational player.
Exactly.
That's the best term I can put it, but today I'm thinking like, why should we constantly? Well, for Buffalo, it's not like constantly rewarding, but why should we keep rewarding failure? But we need to have that competitive balance where you need to give teams good players that aren't going to the playoffs, so they can be viable. I mean, look at Florida. Like they haven't been a viable team for years now, and
Is this for your drinker?
yes.
Are you enjoying some adult beverages over there?
Yes.
He bought a 4-pack of barley wine and has drank 3 of them. I have to drink the last one now, so I get some.
You know what's great? This is the first time you and I have actually talked off of Twitter, and it's a good first impression, I must say.
Well, this is the first barley wine tonight, so she's.
I actually just had a blue light.
Yeah, the other 2 were last night. But still, I only get 1.
She's distorting the narrative like the Buffalo News likes.
I didn't say tonight. I said you drank 3, and you have.
Yes, I have.
So the post. This is the post. We're on the post draft show at this point. Sponsored by the beer I'm drinking and.
Uinta anniversary barley wine.
But like I said, Florida, like they haven't been good for years to get it, and they just Edmonton, same thing. Like they just don't.
Here's the thing, with Florida, with Edmonton, while it's nice, here's the thing. They continuously get the good players because they're crap teams. Where while it would be, believe me, it would be nice to have a Taylor Hall or Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, and I wouldn't have taken Nail Yakupov, but to each his own. But you look at it, and then you would hope that when Buffalo got Reinhart, which obviously they did, and then next year they'll get McDavid or they'll get Eichel or they'll get someone else who's really good. Then you would hope after that, by that point, all the old draft picks, all the old high draft picks, the Ristolainens, the Zadorovs, the Gergensons, Grigorenkos, you got Joel Armia, William Carrier, I think. I'm bad with the French names.
William Carrier, yeah.
Yes, Carrier. You get guys like that you would hope by this it'll be 2 seasons from now that they would be ready to make this team a playoff team, and that's the problem. That's the problem with Florida. That's the problem with Edmonton, is that they put idiots in charge. I mean, I'll just flat out say it. They put idiots in charge. They put stupid people who can't build teams in charge, and then you give them all these pieces, and you're like, dude, how are you not making the playoffs? How are you not doing anything with all these good players? And that's why I like Tim Murray, because it appears he has a plan. It appears he knows what he wants to do. It appears he knows what he's doing. I mean, he's only been on the job for a little while now, but
he's no nonsense.
He's a no nonsense type of guy. It's like
that's what I think will be good for Buffalo.
I'm gonna drink.
He walked in. He's like, we're gonna pick this guy. No, none of the niceties like, oh, Philly's great and congratulations to the Kings.
Not.
The Flyers fans are terrible.
But it was entertaining.
Let's just be honest.
You have to give props to the Flyers fans for doing the job that the Kings fans failed to do in the Cup awarding.
Well, hey, you know what? It's nice. It's nice that that the Flyers like to keep filling up the pockets of the Kings. I mean, it's I can't believe the Kings have won 2 cups with Carter and Richards, and the Flyers couldn't do anything with them. But that goes right back to my point that I was making before. You give a smart GM good players, and they'll do something with it. But you give a dumb GM or not so smart GM,
White and fake glasses.
it's not going to work.
Old Navy commercial with dresses.
I almost forgot to mention on Twitter you are at Hasari, I believe is how you pronounce it. Is that correct?
Sorry, it's funny because like people say Husari, they pronounce it different ways. It's like my last name. Like no one ever pronounces it the correct way the first time. So
I just call you Tom.
Yeah.
I bought a skirt and the skirt.
Oh wow, that's interesting.
What's that?
Apparently the Canucks were in on Ekblad early, offering Garrison a month ago, and Dale Talon did not pull the trigger.
Probably.
Oh, okay.
Probably for the better though.
Canucks proposed the first legit offer. It involved Garrison. Started when Benning took the job, so that's interesting. I'm just glad. I'm going to ask you. I just first off want to make a statement. I certainly am glad that Reinhart was selected, and that it worked out that way. Because if not, tonight could have been a lot different. But you're the guest on the podcast this evening, so I do want to ask you what do you think about Sam Reinhart becoming a Buffalo Sabre?
Impulse purchase anyway. The whole
Is that directing towards me?
Yes.
Oh.
Was because I had
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Oh, for the.
I kind of went off the rails there for a second.
It's a good pick, but see, everyone's all about like you want to follow the model of the Blackhawks, Pittsburgh. I'm just hesitant about just draft picks in general because I'm worried they'll become busts. I mean, it doesn't look like he'll become one, but
Hey, we're good with.
I mean, it's a good pick. I mean, he certainly seems like a good player. He's smart. So, will he play for the Sabres this year? I wouldn't want him playing for the Sabres this year. Maybe have him down junior, but I mean next year, yeah, bring him up, but not this year.
I think that he'll get a shot, that's for sure. But he's got all the intangibles to make the team now. It just depends on how they work him and how they try to fit him in the lineup. If they can't find a spot for him, they're not going to force him in the lineup.
Well, and the thing is, like, who are they going to pick out of free agency? I mean, I think Ott will come back more than Molson or. I mean, between two, like there was a lot of talk between Molson and Ott, like who's going to come back, and it's like no, it's probably going to be Ott. I mean, just.
Are you talking about coming back to Buffalo?
Yes, back to Buffalo.
Because this seems to be a very good topic because I was talking with I believe I'm bad with last names. I'm good with first names, bad with last names. I was talking to Matt Renninger at Matty Ren, and he was talking about Molson. I mean, I guess it's a coin flip. I think one of them ends up back in Buffalo because let's be honest, the Sabres have to spend some cash, and they want to get a guy who first off wants to be here, and second off is comfortable with the situation because again, it's not rainbows and unicorns in Buffalo. It's a pretty terrible hockey team, and if you're comfortable with that, then here's a lot of money.
Well, yeah, when you come to Buffalo, you know what you're signing into. You're signing into a rebuild. You're not going to win a lot of games. It's going to be a lot of hard nights. But, like, I remember the night that Molson and the Molson Vang trade happened, and the guy that broke the trade was like saying, "Oh, Molson is not pleased with this trade," but just like watching, like I've been to some of the prices, like how Steve interacts with the players and with the fans. It's like he seems to be more like excited about it than Molson is, but
it just seems to me like either one of them will come back. It'll be a good pickup for the Sabres because they need a guy who's gonna help the offense, but more or less help the guys in the locker room because there's gonna be a lot of kids, and you don't want them. Essentially, you don't want them to pick up on the losing disease, if you will. And You don't want them to go, well, fuck it, I can just go out there and just skate around. I can go skate in circles for 20 minutes a night and get my paycheck at the end of the night, tell the media to fuck themselves and walk out the door, You don't want a guy like that. You want a guy who's going to come in I hate to keep, saying I want a team of Gergensons, but you want a guy like to come in and be like Gergensons and play, hit to the grindstone every shift like it's his last. Even if he doesn't score, you're going to know at the end of the night you had a good game.
You know what? That's the type of player Buffalo loves. Like, just the player that's going to come in and just play their heart out every night.
Ooh.
Yes, blue collar.
Exactly. The old Buffalo blue collar. Wow. Tim Murray said he offered all 3 second-round picks to multiple teams to get back into the first round, and no one bid.
Wow. That's remarkable.
Yeah.
You know what's going to be interesting next year with people were saying like the draft picks for this year were like mediocre. They weren't that great compared to 2013, 2015. Next year will be really interesting with how well the players are for next year. Like, you have a lot of good players coming in next year that you can pick from.
Yeah, a lot of people said that. It's it's a crapshoot. It's a draft. You don't know what you're going to get. But a lot of people saying the prospects for next year are good, are very nice. While you get the first handful of players who are NHL ready, they're saying a bunch of guys. I shouldn't try to drink beer and talk at the same time because I just start burping. That's the problem I'm having now. Okay, but the 2015 draft is said to be very very deep, which is good. And I mean, if the Sabres are bad, they're going to get McDavid or Eichel. Either way, they're going to get a great player. I mean, you can't really beggars can't be choosers.
Yeah, if we don't get McDavid, fine.
Well, then you're going to open up the hole because it's Buffalo and because slam my head to a car door a few times, please. I just can't handle it anymore.
Like, after next year, it's like you have everything you have, and then just go from there.
Yeah, I mean that's like when Murray said it's this year, next year, and that's going to be the rebuild. I mean, that's fine with me because there's how many more prospects do you need? I mean, I'm sitting here thinking a couple of days ago, and I'm going down the list of my brain of guys that they got in Rochester, and you forget about guys like Carrier. You forget about a Hudson Fasching who's not in the system yet, but he will be here shortly, and you're just like, holy crap, man! This team is going to have a lot of firepower. I mean, they're doing it the right way. Hopefully. I mean, if not, we're just going to look like a bunch of assholes in a couple years.
They're dirt cheap, and there's
no I have faith in Timur. I mean,
it's only 2 levels.
He seems to be a lot more confident than Edmonton's management has been. So, like, I just keep going back to that because I'm just worried that's where we're gonna end up. And
well, that's
the pessimist side of me. It's like it just overwhelms me because I'm a Buffalo sports fan.
Well, yeah, that's the thing that I've had to struggle to break myself is like when you said about, well, this guy's a top prospect that he'll probably flake out anyways because why not? Because it's probably gonna happen anyways because it's happened every other time. That's why, like during I think it was January, I just hit the reset button. It was actually a night I was in the press box and I was thinking to myself, I'm like, you know what? I was like, fuck this. Like I'm not doing this anymore. Like. Instead of being completely miserable about the Sabres, I was like, you know what? Let's look for some positives. There's a lot of kids. It's fun to watch them. There's so much good that's going to be happening here. Instead of hating it all, just embrace it. Embrace the fact they're terrible. Embrace the fact that they're rebuilding. Embrace everything about what's happening right now, and it will be so much better when they're good. Because like I was telling people call me crazy because I tell them, I say, you know what? I'm going to tell you in 10 years when the Sabres are good again, like when they're seasonally good. I'm not talking good for the first time. I'm talking seasonally good. You'll say, I remember, I was a fan when they were crap, and I know what those times are like. That's why this is so much sweeter. Not, I was a miserable prick and I hated everything about it, but you know what? Just enjoy the ride because it's gonna suck either way.
So like
see. I'll go.
that would be like a husband getting like a phone.
I think the way you have to go about these games now is like you just go and you just watching it for fun. You can't have. You have to separate your vested interests now because it's just you have to enjoy hockey. Like
they're having like a big party together. They're going to.
You just gotta enjoy it for what it's worth. You're gonna get the Sabres are probably gonna lose, but enjoy what you've got. You've got hockey, you've got kids, you've got a team that's loaded with prospects that is said to be one of the best or one of the most loaded teams in the league. There's not much more you can ask for.
I mean, we should in Buffalo. We should realize like we have an NHL team, and we're lucky, but it's like just enjoy the ride and don't get too stressed about it because it's not like Terry's gonna like go bankrupt and sell the team.
No, that's not. I'll say that's not going anywhere.
So just don't worry about it. Yeah, we suck, but right now, don't worry about it because they have some sort of a plan. I mean,
exactly. The only thing we can really worry about is we just want to hope that the rebuild is 2 or 3 years, not 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, if it's 5 or 6 years, that's really bad.
Well, that's Edmonton for you, and they're still rebuilding.
Well, Edmonton has the benefit of. Well, see, what other sports teams do you have there? Like you have their CFL team, but
I think the problem with Edmonton is that they have way too many scores, and it's not a bad thing to have too much scoring because you've seen it as much as I have. You need to score to win, obviously, duh. But the best thing that you can hope for is that you don't do what Edmonton did. You got to develop defense. You got to develop offense. You can't just develop offense and go, hey, we can score 4 goals a game, but we're probably going to let up 5 or 6. You can't do that, and that's kind of what Edmonton does. Where Edmonton will struggles. I mean, last year they were. I can't remember the stats exactly, but they were one of the worst teams when it comes to allowing goals per game. You can't do that, and that's. I mean, we all know Buffalo's stats from last year. They were statistically the worst hockey team in the history of hockey offensively. But what can you do? That's the past. You got to move on.
Now, we heard Vancouver was trying to make a move for Tyler Myers. Now, one of my followers saw Murray talk with McTavish, and basically was like, Edmonton could benefit from like a Tyler Myers player.
Edmonton, yeah, absolutely. Edmonton, I mean, the thing about Tyler Myers is that you don't want to give up on him. I mean, everyone hates him. Everyone talks down Tyler Myers, but here's the thing. He won the Calder Trophy. Expectations were through the roof, beyond through the roof. And that's unfair to him because we all know if I asked you, hey, how long do defensemen take to develop? You'll say it takes a little while. But then Myers comes in and everyone's expecting him to be Zdeno Chara overnight. It's not going to happen. I mean, that's the tough part. It's and like Tim Murray said, you put better better players around him, and he will be better. That's just. I mean, if you're playing with Mike Weber, he's going to play like a pile of horse shit, and you're going to get what you pay for. But if you surround him with better defensive talent, and it's coming. I mean, don't get me wrong. The defensive talent is heading up shortly.
Well,
he'll be better.
Well, what I'm saying right now, like everyone in WG, on the way home, I'm hearing like WGR pushing like, oh, we should trade Myers away. It's like
he has no trade value right now.
No.
There's something there because he's a young defenseman, but it's just the problem is, what can you get for him, and is trading him worth what you'll get back? And probably not, because that's the thing too. In 4 or 5 years, he could be one of those guys that's.
The problem is he's at that age where it's like, is he gonna be good? No. It's like you have to wait like two more years is where you're gonna see like he's good.
Exactly. I mean, he'll get a shot, but he's not going anywhere. I don't think. I mean, if he does, it'll probably be for a great package. But if he doesn't, we all know why.
Like, I don't want. I'm actually wearing his jersey right now, so.
You
don't want him going anywhere then, if that's the case.
That's only because he was trying to be sassy with me. I told him I didn't want to hear Tyler Meyer's name anymore, so he went upstairs and put his jersey on.
That's passive aggressiveness at its finest.
It was full on aggressive. He ran up the stairs.
Well, it's like I have a Thomas Vanek jersey and a Steve Ott jersey because I had a Roy jersey and I had it switched over for free. But what am I supposed to do? I'm not going to walk around my Vanek jersey. I'm not going to walk around in my Ott jersey. I'm just going to.
I've got Miller and it's signed.
I still have a Miller jersey too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have the Miller third jersey. I also have a Drew Stafford signed jersey somewhere, but.
The only number jersey you have?
Yeah.
Yes.
I actually the star of my collection, just because of what it is. It's a Patrick Coletta. It's a Patrick Coletta signed slug jersey, but just the front of it's the slug.
Wow.
I love it. I'm so happy I have
All
it.
right. You win the trophy for ugliest thing in Buffalo.
I had to get it. I had to buy it. Okay. I went to go meet him. I already had his autograph. I just wanted to meet the guy, so I had to buy something. So I spent $20 on the jersey. And I was like, "Fuck, I'll get it signed."
You could have just bought him a shot.
Oh, it was at a card store signing. So I mean, I probably could have, but it was. I'm not sure if they would have appreciated that.
Yeah.
All right, well, I guess I'm gonna have to punt here because I've got more people tweeting at me that want to join the podcast this evening. So we'll certainly have to do this again sometime. But what I want to do is I want to try to get everybody together, or as many people as possible together at one time on the podcast, so we can all talk about the Sabres and have some fun with it. But
you can't do. See, I've done the Days of Yore podcast on Google Hangouts, and we have like multiple people in it. That's right.
Oh yeah, we can get I think up to 8 or 9 people in the podcast at one time. It's just getting 8 or 9 people together at one time that can all have an hour of time just to sit around and talk about hockey. I think at one time we had 12 or 13 people just ready to talk, and everybody was just like, "Oh, hey, I'm busy." So, okay, I guess I'll just do my thing then. So, I certainly appreciate you taking time out of your evening to join a podcast this evening. And like I said, we'll be in touch and we can talk sometime soon.
Well, thank you for having me. And
hey, is there anything I must ask you before you go? Is there anything you want to promote or any blog you want to talk about or?
Buffalo Beer Goddesses.
Well, let's see.
No.
Not really.
No.
Okay, well, hey, I'll just
follow the Buffalo Beer Goddesses.
I've got the blogs that really like like
Nothing. Black
Blue and Gold and Dear God White Us and Sabres Hockey Central, but
hey, thank you. You just promoted my blog for me. You are at Husaria, Husaria on Twitter. I appreciate you joining us, man.
Yeah, if you like lots of ranting and your feed's filled with rage, then follow me.
Don't follow him. And cats.
I'll tell you what.
We have 2 cats.
From experience, it's a fun follow. I've got enough friends on here where I'm just like, I think I remember how I got a hold of you guys, but holy crap, I'm glad I'm following you on Twitter right now. Because you see someone post something and then there's like a group of 5 or 6 guys and girls that just post like the most hilarious, like just hilarious shit and just give it to whoever has said something stupid. And you're just like, these are the people you have to follow.
Resurgence tomorrow.
Also, come to Resurgence tomorrow because there's a lot of great beer and they have their grand opening tomorrow. If you like Loganberry with beer, you should go there.
That sounds awesome.
All right, well, good night and thank you for having me.
Have a good night, man. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for joining us. I've been quiet on most of these.
You gotta start
I know.
talking.
I'm sorry.
Well, hey, we're getting. I have to go on Google Plus here. I actually can just do it from here. I don't even have to have Tony, the producer, do anything. I think now we're just riffing, just going at it. Who cares? Whatever.
Yeah, why not?
Well, there's still 2 more people that wanted to join the podcast, but I found someone else who I know I've been promising to join the podcast, and we're going to get him on here in a second. But I need to get him added onto my Google Plus. Because that's what I do. You know, I don't prepare for anything. I just say, hey, let's do something.
Apparently, Tim Murray spoke to 7 teams about trading the 3 second-round picks, and none of them took the bait.
And from what is being said, it's not 7 teams, hey, we'll give you a pick. It's 7 teams, here's 3 second-round picks.
Yeah, and he wasn't trying to get late first round. He was trying to get mid-teens.
We'll never know. I don't think we'll ever find out who he wanted, but if holy hell, if he's offering if he's offering 3 second-round picks and no one wants to take it, obviously something's going on.
Yeah, and then Pierre LeBrun just said that aside from Vancouver, he heard that Philadelphia and Tampa pushed real hard for the first overall pick. So, yeah, some news brewing now that the draft is over, saying, yep, well, this is, where was I going with this? Just interesting news to hear from after the draft, and yeah, I mean, it's beyond my belief that Tim Murray couldn't get a trade done, but I mean, it might not have been Tim Murray, it just might have been the other teams saying, nope, we're just going to stick where we are drafted.
Well, hey, I'm glad I bought this futon because, man, it is comfortable.
Yes, it is. I like this futon a lot.
You can't have it.
Damn.
2014 Buffalo Sabres draft night. I should probably, when I do these, I should probably preface it. I probably shouldn't just start yelling things into the microphone, you know? Tonight is the 2014 Sabres Hockey Central first annual draft night. I hope it's the first. I hope it's the first of many. But
Yeah. Hope, maybe next year I'll have to have it at my place. Who knows?
Well, maybe next year there'll be stuff in the room.
Yeah, that too.
But tonight's proceedings are being presented by Buffalo Bottlecraft, creators of the Puck Openers. You can follow them on Twitter at the Puck Opener, or on Facebook, facebook.com/Buffalo Bottlecraft. I'm Ryan Wolf, Wolf SHC. Next to me is Brayton Wilson, who is BJ Wilson SJC on the tweets. Excuse me, I did not mean to do that to my mic.
Another interesting note here. Apparently, there were some teams that were calling in for Jason Spezza, but none of them took any bait as well. So apparently 3 teams were interested in Spezza before the draft and during the draft, but the Senators could not get anything through, could not get anything done.
Well, we all know the Buffalo Sabres have the first overall pick for tomorrow's proceedings.
Yes.
So I wait for our guest to join us. Why don't you run us down some options of what the Buffalo Sabres could be picking?
All right.
At 31? 31.
Yep, at 31. I already made my prediction for tomorrow. I think they're going to draft Ivan Barbashev with the first pick. He's a center for the Moncton, what's their name? Wildcats or something like that? I think it's Moncton Wildcats of the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League. At this point, we're just making stuff up pretty much. But Barbashev is a great two-way centerman. He's very fast. He's got some very good offensive skills. I could see him being a good fit for the Buffalo Sabres, and for speed, he would add a lot of speed to the team. Some other options are defenseman Roland McCown from the Kingston Frontenacs. He's a very good two-way defender. He's very, very smart at the blue line. There's other guys like Brendan Lemieux, son of Claude Lemieux from the Barrie Colts. He's a headache to play against, so if we want to get another guy that can be hassle to play against, that's awesome. There's Ryan McInnes, son of Al McInnes. He's got some good offensive skill. He's not like his dad where he doesn't have a booming slap shot, but McInnes can be a good second to third line forward. And I'll make one more quick. Let's see. Let's go with another forward here, and let's go with another NHL relative. There's Anton Carlson, the younger brother of Erik Karlsson from the Ottawa Senators. He's a very good skater. He can be a leader as well. He's got some compete like he can compete. He's got some good compete skills. Another
Ooh,
possible.
Just what we need more compete.
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe another good Ted Nolan type of player. A lot of people though are comparing his offensive skills almost to his brother Eric. I don't know how that's possible because Eric's a defenseman, but yeah, that's good. I think that's good enough. I think the only other person I can really say that I would be interested in is Marcus Pettersson from Sweden. He's big, 6'4" defender. He's a project though, so if Tim Murray wants to draft a project and take 2 or 3 years to develop him into a player, then a good player for the Sabres at least, then maybe take that risk.
Sorry, I'm checking my Instagram.
Yeah.
I
Fun. Wow.
I haven't checked my phone in like 3.5 hours.
Oh well. Yeah, while you were talking, I was checking my phone. So, yeah.
Oh, hold on.
What's going on?
I gotta see. I added. I'm making songs up over here while I'm trying to figure this out. That's a good point by Joe Yerdon of Pro Hockey Talk right there. I'm reading as I'm waiting for the page to load. He said the inability of Ted Nolan, what the hell am I talking about? The inability of Tim Murray to trade back into the first round with 3 second-round picks. It does not. Where did that go? It questions the depth. I think it means the questions of the depth quality of the draft are real. Can get a sure thing in the first, not so sure in the second.
Right.
Which makes sense. I mean, you get. Okay, I just tripped on my tongue there. You can get a guy in the first who's he'll be good, but it's more of a risk in the.
Hey.
More of a risk in the second. Hi, Adam. Are you with us?
Yo, what's going on, man?
Hey. Hi. Thank you for joining us.
Well, I figured 3 years of typing occasionally for the website, I should probably actually hear your voice and talk to you, right?
Exactly. Hey, I've had tonight. Brayton and I have been we've been introduced to a lot of people that we've talked to on Twitter, but never actually met in real life. So
right.
It's actually funny because Brayton and I have Adam, you know how long we've all worked together, and Brayton and I have actually just met for the first time tonight.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, we've been sitting on a futon for the past, 4 hours now talking about hockey. I don't know about him, but my brain is about to drain out of my ears.
Well, I could tell you your shorts that you put up in that photo when you were drinking your beer, it was perfect for the evening, Ryan.
I made sure. I don't try to match often, but I did wake up this morning and I said I probably should wear my Sable shorts today, man. Those are perfect for them.
So, did I lose you? Are you guys there?
Are you still here?
Okay. So, I mean, as you guys know, and some of the listeners know, I'm what they call the occasional blogger for Sabres Hockey Central due to some new issues with the career. But every once in a while, I do try to put something up. So it's been probably a good 6 months. No, maybe not that long, but it's been a while.
It's been a while since I've written something. So I think.
Yeah.
I think it's been a while for every one of us that's written something. So
yeah, it's something that I enjoy to do every once in a while, and it really does kind of pain me that I can't do more, because I have so many ideas and thoughts especially on this team. Now even more so, there's stuff to write about. It's just a lot of opinions that. Well, you guys know being on Twitter and the feedback that we get on the websites, it's all very opinionated. I mean, you're going to see tomorrow morning, you're going to see people say Reinhart was the wrong choice. You're going to see people say maybe they should have gone with Bennett. Maybe they should have traded down to get another asset and get the other Sam that wouldn't be taking it too. So you're never going to make anybody happy. So, I have. Go ahead, sorry.
You're okay. That's the problem that we always run into. Like I know with the website, we try to. While we certainly do enjoy people just speaking their minds, it gets tough because you get a slippery slope and you say, well, yeah, this guy sucks, and then next thing you know, you got people saying, well, hey, that's you're this and that, and just a bunch of crap, and Just avoid it. That's what I
Yeah,
do.
you guys have warned me before, very early on when I started writing articles for you, to stay away from the speculative stuff because you've got the blogs out there that are going to do that, and that's not what Sabres Hockey Central is all about. So it took me a while to learn that lesson, but I would love to write speculative crap. I really would, but
That's what the podcast is for. We just come on here and just talk crap about whoever we want to.
yeah, so I haven't had a chance to listen to you guys today because I've got the little guy and he goes to bed at certain times, and then I enjoy my Titanfall time or whatever. So I'm assuming you guys been drinking a lot this evening.
Oh, we've had a few beverages. I mean, we're trying to stay sober enough, but.
So I mean, what do you want me to talk about? You want to talk about?
I want to know what do you think of Sam Reinhart at 2?
Well, I think Braden retweeted and favored a couple of my tweets over the last couple of weeks about how I was really strong on Bennett, and the reason I was stronger on Bennett over Reinhart was because the Sabres tried to go for the true grit move over the last couple of years before Murray's tenure started, and obviously they went the wrong direction by going all grit. I think I liked Bennett a little bit more because maybe he didn't have the offensive flash that Reinhart had, but the thing that always stuck out to me was he's willing to spear you. I mean, I hear it on WGR all the time. He's willing to take you in the corner and spear you in the gut to take the puck, or he's willing to, throw that shoulder into you when you're coming down the ice with the puck to get you off the puck. And that's not something that Reinhart was willing to. It's not the type of player Reinhart is. Reinhart's the more dancey, flashy, silky, smooth mitts with the puck. I would have liked maybe to give up a little bit more on the offense to get the toughness side. But don't trust me, I'm not disappointed with the move. I think they got the best possible thing they could have at 2. But I really was pulling for Bennett. I would have liked to have seen him, but I'm happy either way.
Yeah, I mean, what you were saying with Bennett, I was saying about Draisaitl, because I loved that Draisaitl had that huge upside with size and how he was able to use his body to keep players off the puck and protect the puck and everything like that. Some really silky smooth hands right in front of the net, which made him an arguable made him a case for drafting him at number 2. But I mean, yeah, Sam Reinhart to me seems like a perfect fit nonetheless, just with his smarts and his skill.
To be honest with you, to be completely blunt, looking at what the roster has right now, NHL caliber, which isn't much, what exactly wouldn't have been a perfect fit out of any of those top 5 players? To be completely honest with you, even Del Cole, if the Sabres would have passed and picked up more assets and dropped down a couple spots, I would have been happy with Del Cole actually. The top 5, there was a little bit of drop off maybe from the Sams and Draisaitl maybe to Del Cole. But to be honest with you, if you would have picked up assets and drafted Del Cole, you could have shoved him in the juniors for a year or 2 and let him develop. I mean, this team is not going anywhere next year. We all know that. And that's the one thing I wrote down here when I was waiting to pop on here was with Reinhart, I want Murray and this leadership team to know for a fact that next year, if Reinhart's ready to be in the NHL, he is, and if he's not, don't pull what I call the Grigorenko. Don't do what they did with him, and push him in the NHL, and tell him he's got to perform right away. If Sam's not ready, send him down to juniors again for a year. I don't see any problem with doing that, to be honest with you. So.
Essentially, don't try to fit a square peg in a round hole.
Right.
Yeah.
Don't mess them up. I mean, if like Sam Reinhart said, hey, I plan on being in Buffalo, but I know it's not going to be easy. I'm not going to get handed it to me, which is totally understandable.
Yeah,
I like that attitude.
Yeah, prime example is Drouin last year. I mean, for months leading up to the draft, you had the debate of McKinnon versus Drouin. Then you had the World Juniors, and you had the playoffs. Or I'm sorry, it was the playoffs for the minor leagues and for juniors, and McKinnon clearly above and beyond performed above Drouin, which catapulted him to the consensus number 1. So when Tampa selected Drouin, the speculation was, is Drouin going to be in the NHL? But at that point, Tampa wasn't really screaming to have that kid at the NHL level, so they could afford to put him down on the minors to kind of percolate a little bit, and it's not hurting them. and it didn't hurt Tampa. They still made the playoffs, and they're strengthening their case by adding veterans to their lineup, including re-signing Callahan and trading for Garrison today. So that's where I see the Sabres maybe in 2 to 3 years, spotting in those veterans maybe in free agency or trades, and then as your AHL talent matures like Ristolainen and maybe Larson or Armia if he's still here and turns out. And then you've got your couple junior kids. Even McCabe, for example, or Comfort. You're looking at the next 3 to 4 years, so much stuff that could happen. And if it turns out that some of those pieces can be traded off to get, for example, today, like a Kessler or something that may request a trade in a year or two, it's going to be nice if some of these, if Tim Murray has too many options to choose from, I guess, to bring up, I think is what I'm looking for in the future. Is I'd rather have too many options and have to deal those pieces off to make the team better immediately than to not have any pieces at all or too few. So,
well, it's absolutely that's a wealth of riches, if you will. It's a good thing to have. The Buffalo Sabres are certainly headed down that path, and it's a nice thing to see. It's just now they have to put it all together, and that's, Tim Murray's job is not done by any stretch of the imagination, but he's certainly headed in the right direction with what he's done so far and what he continues to do.
Yeah, it's difficult, guys. I've got a few years on you, as you guys know, and being born and raised in Buffalo and being there during my younger years, during the LaFontaine, Mogilny, Hasek years, and then kind of seeing not exactly them drop off the face of the earth, but they've always been in that. It's very similar to the Bills. They're not crappy enough to draft in a top 1 or 2, and they're not great enough to be in the playoffs and draft in the bottom third of the league. They're always in that middle ground. So you didn't have the capability to draft that game-changing player, that franchise-changing player. And we don't know if Reinhart's going to be that, but I'll be damned to say he's not close. How often since the years of Alexander Daig, when you guys were probably still in grade school, and that's not a shot at you. That's just saying that was that long ago in '94 when they drafted Daig. He was the last real bust, I think.
In 1994, I was 3.
Yeah,
okay.
I was probably same age 3, 2.
Maybe it wasn't '94, but it was a long time ago that Daig was drafted, and he was, if I can remember, he was the real last bust in the top 1 or 2 picks, and that's what makes it exciting. Is I listen to people all the time. I read a lot of stuff online, and when you get your top 1 or 2 pick, it's almost a guarantee at the NHL level that they're gonna nail it and they're gonna be good. Whether it's
hard to miss.
Yeah, exactly. There's so much scouting now at the team level and the NHL level and the international level. It's so hard to miss on one of those guys now. And it was a couple years ago that all those players, I think it was the Girgensons year. I think that year there were 6 or 7 NHL players that started, or first round picks that started at the NHL level, and that was, I don't know if it was some kind of a record, but it was unfathomable at that point to say, yeah, we could have up to 10 players from the first round start in the NHL that year, right out of the gate. But it's definitely exciting. Definitely exciting.
Now, yeah, you were actually a year off. You were drafted in '93. Alexander Daig was.
Okay.
Yeah, I was like a year old when But Adam, what did you think about? What was your reaction when you saw the James Neal deal happen? Probably about what? It was probably pick 8, pick 9, something like that came out about. What was your first reaction?
What are my limitations on this podcast, Ryan? What can I say and what can I say?
If it involves a few curse words, I don't think I care.
No, well, I think my first tweet was James Neal la 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 LOL because it's comical to me that guy has any kind of value, and the only reason he does is because he can put the puck in the net with Cindy Crosby.
You broke yourself.
Well, the thing is, I think the next thing I said was nasty knees because that's the nickname I gave him after the whole Marchand incident. And I don't like Marchand. I'm not a big fan of his whatsoever.
I don't think anybody in Buffalo likes Marchand after what he said about the city.
Exactly, but do you? And I had to get. I don't want to get off on too much of a tangent because I really could forever here. But the thing I didn't like about the whole Marchand Neal incident was when a certain radio personality in Buffalo said, maybe Neal should have hit him harder to knock him out longer. And that to me has no part in the game. I don't care how much I hate a player. I hate Neil more for purposely going out of his way to skate near Marchand and put his knee into the back of his head. So, as far as I'm concerned, James Nasty Knees Neil, he's out of the Eastern Conference, and that's fine with me. Let Nashville deal with the problem. My reaction to it was I think somebody on TSN said that, or no, it wasn't TSN. It was Kevin Sylvester said it on their broadcast that Holmquist is a Vanek type player, which made me kind of laugh because I think Vanek and Holmquist are years or leaps and bounds apart from what kind of players they are.
Absolutely.
And I think if they were looking to get rid of Neil because of the problems that he brings with him, and they were looking to get the best that they could have, I think to get two NHL-ready players, third liners, to start backfilling behind their stars, I think it was fine. I don't think there's going to be. I didn't think there were going to be many takers for Neil, to be honest with you. And I think the Preds had the salary cap room, which is why they were able to do it. I'm glad he's not in the Eastern Conference, and I'm really glad he's not a Sabre.
Well, hey, last question, man, before we let you bounce.
Sure.
The Buffalo Sabres have the first pick tomorrow. What do you want to see them do with the pick?
Well, it kind of shocked me as I was waiting in queue here to get on that Murray was willing to trade all three to get into the first round, and nobody took that. So I think what I've read on Barbashev I'm not going to lie and say I know a lot about the kid, but from what I've read tonight with everybody tweeting about him and saying this is the kid that the Sabres should take, after what I've read, I can't say I disagree. I think he'd be a good fit. I think letting him mature a little bit for a couple years at the junior level or what have you, I think would be good for a kid like that. And I think it would be a good pick. I mean, they've got the pick of the litter now. They're in charge. They have whoever they want is there. And if somebody really wants that kid and wants to pay the farm to get up to that second pick, then I guess it's a decision that Tim makes. And I trust him. I have no reason not to right now.
Here's the question, too. Tim Murray never selected there was never a Russian selected in the draft when Tim Murray was in Ottawa. And, excuse me. Wow. Chris Baker of Sabres Quest is a great friend, a great guy too, does a lot of good work, as you know.
Mm-hmm.
He said that it's worth noting a total of 0 Russians were taken by Ottawa when Murray was there, and then said in Anaheim he believes it was 3 Euros and no Russians. So if the Sabres draft a Russian tomorrow, it's certainly going to be a little bit of a change of how Tim Murray does things. But hey, I mean, if he's the best player available, you take the best player available.
And I think with the 3 picks, you have and 2 within. I think they've got 20 or 31 and 39. I think. And correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not in front of my
31.
Okay.
39.
So with 2 picks in the first 8 there, if he decides that Barbashev's worth that risk, I mean, I think with 3 second-round picks, I think you take that risk. I really do. Or if he really doesn't want to take that pick and somebody really wants to jump up and take him, then backfill with some more assets, a later second-round pick, and maybe pick up a 3rd or 4th. I don't know. I didn't know the history of Murray as well as Chris Baker did, but I trust Chris's research. I would never question it. So. But we'll see. We'll see how it is. Do we change the culture? Does Tim Murray change his own culture tomorrow, and say that he wants to take the best player and take Barbashev? We'll find out at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, I guess. So.
Well, hey man, it's the first time on a podcast. I mean, this is more of just a live event than a podcast, but it'll probably be a podcast.
Yeah.
So now you are contractually obligated to come back some other time.
No, dude, that's fine. This is the first time I've done anything like this, so I would enjoy doing it as long as I have the time and not doing anything with the kid. I would be more than happy to do it more often.
Well, hey, it's Adam Lindsay at ALINDZ99 on Twitter, and obviously he writes for us in Sabres Hockey Central. So just plug the website again, I guess, but. Have a great night, man. Have a great day tomorrow. We'll be more draft stuff tomorrow, but I do certainly appreciate you taking the time.
No problem, guys. I'll be out and about all day tomorrow, but you guys will be close to my hand on Twitter, keeping track of everything you're doing. So
we'll certainly keep you posted, man.
All right, dude. You guys have a good night.
Yep. Thanks. Have a good one.
Adam.
Yep. See ya.
All right.
Wow, this has been a fun night.
Yeah. Interesting night too.
Well, I would invite more friends on, but it is 11:05, and I know you have a nice trip home, and
Yeah,
I'm
good hour,
tired.
good hour and a half trip home. So, yeah, that's dedication.
Man, yeah, I know. I was surprised you shot out here, but hey, I appreciate it. It's been great.
Well, I almost didn't get the chance to make it out here. I almost didn't get off of work. So, hey, I mean, when we first came up with the idea, it was probably a couple months ago that we first came up
It
with
had,
this
it had
idea.
to have been, yeah.
It was just like I don't care. I'm requesting off work. I am getting out here. We are doing a live podcast. I'm meeting you. We're gonna do this somehow, some way. And I think that next year we have to do this, or next year we have to do this again. We have to find some other time to do this again because
We just got to do this all the time. I mean, here's the thing. Just get to the point where we, if we get a topic where we know we can get a few people and say, hey, you've got 10 minutes, go, and we'll just talk about
right.
it. I mean, we can. Jeez, I'm having a burping fit over here. We can get anybody. I mean, we've had enough Twitter followers, enough Twitter friends, as you can tell by. I mean, even a handful tonight that joined us.
I'm always looking for more Twitter followers, so please.
No, stop it. Talking about pumping your own Twitter feed. No more.
Well-
You're grounded. Okay.
It's a newer account. I need more followers.
Hey, we're all working on it. Okay, we're certainly trying. But I guess this is goodbye.
Yeah,
we've been going at it since a little before 7 o'clock tonight. We've talked a lot about nothing. It's the 2014 Sabres Hockey Central Draft Night presented by Buffalo Bottlecraft. They kind enough to send us 4 puck openers, which are a phenomenal product.
They're great.
Check out their website, and you can go to, I believe it's buffalobottlecraft.com, and then in Facebook, you can go facebook.com/Buffalo Bottlecraft. Follow me on Twitter, @WolfSHC, and Brayton is Brayton. It's not Brayton, it's BJ Wilson SHC on the tweets.
Yep.
Check out the website, please. SabersHockeyCentral.com. Our Facebook page, facebook.com/Sabres Hockey Central. It has been one hell of a night. I didn't know if this was going to go off well, and it's gone off without a hitch. Aside from the first 15 picks where we kind of just lost our minds. But this thing's been great. It's been a lot of fun. Hopefully we can do this again sometime soon. I'm sure we can. I don't know. You got anything else you want to add, man?
No, I think we've hit everything on the dot, and I guess we can. The only thing I have left to say is welcome to Buffalo, Sam Reinhart.
Exactly, man. It's going to be a fun time. Sam Reinhart is a piece of the puzzle that is the Stanley Cup. Oh man, one hell of a night. Hopefully tomorrow's a lot more fun. Except the worst part about tomorrow is I won't be in an air-conditioned room. I will be sitting on my porch. But hey, I'll have some beers and I'll have a drink in my hand in the sun and my laptop.
Right.
And we've got rounds, 2 through 7 tomorrow?
Yep.
That'll be a
10 a.m. starting at 10 a.m. in the morning.
And blast. Which means I have to wake up early and go home. So.
Buffalo tomorrow, just to recap, they have 3 picks in the second round.
31st. We should probably talk about that too.
Right. 31st, 39th, and 49th. In the third round, they have the 61st pick. They don't have one in the 4th round.
Bathroom break.
5th round, they have pick 121. 6th round, they have pick 151. And then in the 7th round, they have pick 181. And that, I believe I didn't miss any. So, yeah, that is about it for the Buffalo Sabres. They will have 7 picks tomorrow. And it should be an interesting day tomorrow, especially with the way that the second round is playing.
Especially with the fact that nobody wants to trade. That, like we said, Tim Murray called 7 teams. 7 teams. Almost a third of the NHL he called and said, hey.
You could do like a LeBron. Not 1,
not 2,
not 3.
7. 7 miles an hour. I think it's like a black sheep. 7.
Yep.
7 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
They offered 3 second-round picks to 7 teams, and everybody said, no. So the Buffalo Sabres may trade or they may pick somebody, who knows. We will see. But for Brayton, Jay Wilson, BJ Wilson, SHC on the tweets. I am Ryan Wolf. Wolf, SHC, Wolf with an E on the Twitter. Hit us up. Any questions, we'll feel free to talk. If you want to get on a podcast, let us know. We'll make time when we can talk. I have no problem talking Buffalo Sabres hockey with anybody. It has been a great evening. Thanks again, everyone, for listening. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks again to Buffalo Bottlecraft for sponsoring our first ever draft night special. And this was actually a lot of fun, so we'll do it again sometime soon. Thanks again, everyone, and have a great evening. And for the first time in a long time, I will say this, let's go Buffalo.
Let's go Buffalo.